This audiobook reveals the 7 sacred rituals of abundance, powerful practices that unite ancient wisdom with the modern science of neuroplasticity and quantum physics. Each ritual is designed to be listened to before sleep, working directly with your subconscious while you rest, removing resistance and installing new patterns of prosperity. You do not need years of spiritual practice or advanced esoteric knowledge. These rituals work because they access the universal language of energy, the one the universe always understands and responds to. Over 7 days, you will be guided through a transformative process that dissolves limiting beliefs about money, success, and worthiness, replacing them with a new identity, someone who naturally attracts and sustains abundance. Science has already proven that our brains are most receptive to reprogramming during the theta state, precisely the state we enter before falling asleep. Ancient traditions have always known this. Now you have access to both bodies of knowledge, distilled into 7 practical and deeply transformative rituals. Prepare to witness remarkable changes, opportunities appearing out of nowhere, profitable ideas flowing effortlessly, synchronicities impossible to ignore, and a growing sense that the universe is conspiring in your favor. Because it is. You are about to discover why. Chapter 1. The Secret Code of Universal Abundance. There's a frequency that permeates everything in existence. It's the same frequency that caused the Big Bang to explode into creation. It's the same frequency that makes your heart beat without you thinking about it. It's the same frequency that transforms a seed into a towering oak tree. And right now, as you read these words, that frequency is waiting for you to tune into it. This is the frequency of abundance, and once you understand how to align with it, your entire reality will transform in ways that will seem almost miraculous to the person you are today. For thousands of years, ancient civilizations knew this secret. The Egyptian mystery schools encoded it in their sacred geometry. The Hebrew mystics whispered about it in the Kabbalah. The Buddhist monks discovered it through meditation. The indigenous shamans accessed it through ritual. They all found the same truth through different doorways. Abundance isn't something external you need to chase, capture, or earn. Abundance is a state of consciousness, a frequency of being that you activate from within. And when you activate it correctly, the universe has no choice but to respond. Not because it's magical thinking, but because it's quantum physics. It's the law of resonance. Like attracts like, on the most fundamental level of reality. Here's what they didn't teach you in school. Your brain doesn't distinguish between what you vividly imagine and what you physically experience. When neuroscientists at Harvard put people in brain scanners and asked them to imagine playing piano, the same neural networks lit up as when people actually played piano. The brain was building the same circuits, strengthening the same connections, as if the experience was real. This isn't just fascinating science. This is the key to your transformation. Because if your brain cannot tell the difference between what you experience and what you intensely imagine with emotion, then you can literally rewire your neural pathways to match the brain of someone who is already abundant. You can become that person before the physical evidence shows up in your bank account. But here's where most people get stuck. They try to manifest abundance while still operating from a consciousness of lack. It's like trying to tune into a radio station that plays abundance, while your internal dial is set to the frequency of scarcity. You might hear some static, maybe catch a few notes of the song, but you'll never get clear reception. Your subconscious mind, which runs 95% of your life on autopilot, is programmed from childhood with beliefs about money, success, and what you deserve. Those programs are running in the background right now, broadcasting a frequency that the quantum field receives and matches. If your subconscious believes that money is scarce, that rich people are greedy, that you're not smart enough or worthy enough, then no matter how many affirmations you say or vision boards you create, you're transmitting lack. And the universe, like a perfect mirror, reflects that lack right back to you. This is why the next 7 days are going to be revolutionary for you, because we're going to bypass your conscious resistance and work directly with your subconscious mind during the most receptive state it experiences, the theta brainwave state you enter just before sleep. In theta, your conscious mind, that analytical guard at the gate, steps aside. Your subconscious becomes incredibly suggestible, like rich soil ready to receive new seeds. Ancient spiritual traditions knew this. That's why they performed rituals at twilight and dawn, during those liminal moments when the veil between conscious and subconscious becomes thin. That's why prayers before sleep have been a universal human practice. They understood something that modern neuroscience has only recently confirmed. The minutes before you fall asleep are the most powerful time for reprogramming your identity. What you're about to discover in the 7 rituals isn't theory. It's not philosophy. It's a precise technology for transformation that combines the wisdom of the ancients with cutting-edge neuroscience. Each ritual is designed to work with a specific aspect of your consciousness, dissolving old patterns and installing new ones. The first ritual addresses belief systems. The second transforms your emotional signature. The third activates gratitude as a magnetic force. The fourth creates your abundant identity. The fifth uses language as quantum commands. The sixth teaches surrender and flow. The seventh aligns you with inspired action. Together, they form a complete system that will literally make you a different person, operating at a different frequency within 7 days. I know that might sound impossible. Your rational mind is probably saying, 7 days? Come on, that's not realistic. And that's exactly the voice we're going to quiet. Because that voice, that skeptical inner critic, is part of the old programming. It's the voice of limitation masquerading as wisdom, the voice of fear dressed up as practicality. That voice has kept you exactly where you are. It's time to thank it for its service and let it know that a new voice is taking over, the voice of your highest self, the version of you that already exists in the quantum field, living in abundance, waiting for you to match its frequency. Think about this for a moment. Every single thing you take for granted in your current reality was once impossible. Your smartphone would have seemed like pure magic to someone 100 years ago. Flying across the ocean in a metal tube would have been considered insane. Even the idea that you could speak to someone on the other side of the planet in real time would have gotten you burned at the stake in certain eras. The impossible becomes possible when someone refuses to accept the current limits of reality. You are about to become that someone. Not because you're special in a way that others aren't, but because you're finally ready to access what has always been available. You're ready to step into the truth that limitation is learned, and what is learned can be unlearned. The quantum field, that invisible ocean of potential that physicists now know, comprises 99.9% of reality, holds every possible version of your life simultaneously. There's a version where you're struggling financially. There's a version where you're comfortable. And there's a version where abundance flows to you so naturally that you can't even remember what it felt like to worry about money. All of these versions exist right now as potential possibilities. The question isn't whether that abundant version exists. The question is, Which frequency are you tuning into? Which version are you collapsing from potential into reality through your consistent thoughts, feelings, and beliefs? Here's the liberating truth that will set this entire journey in motion. You don't need to figure out the how. You don't need to see the entire path. You don't need to have the strategy, the business plan, the connections, or the perfect circumstances. In fact, trying to control the how is one of the biggest blocks to manifestation. Your job is to become the frequency of abundance. The universe's job is to orchestrate the circumstances, synchronicities, people, and opportunities that match your frequency. It's not your job to make it happen. It's your job to become it and then allow it to happen through you. Sarah had been struggling as a graphic designer for 3 years. She was talented, worked hard, but could barely pay her rent. She lived in constant anxiety about money, checking her bank account multiple times a day, feeling her stomach drop every time a bill arrived. Then she began these 7 rituals. She didn't quit her job. She didn't suddenly acquire new skills. She didn't even change her marketing strategy. But within 7 days, something shifted inside her. She felt different, more solid, more certain, more worthy. And exactly 9 days after completing the rituals, a former client called out of the blue with a project that paid more than she usually made in 3 months. 2 weeks later, she was offered a position with a major firm that had rejected her application a year earlier. 3 months later, she was making more money than she'd ever imagined possible. When people asked her what changed, she could only say, "I changed. I became someone different." And somehow, the world responded. This is what awaits you, not because you'll get lucky, not because you'll work harder, but because you'll become a different person operating at a different frequency. And at a different frequency, you experience a different reality. It's not magic. It's physics. It's the way consciousness creates reality. Ancient mystics called it alignment with the Tao, with the divine will, with the source. Modern scientists call it quantum coherence, observer effect, frequency matching. Different words, same phenomenon. When your internal state matches the frequency of what you desire, the quantum field must deliver the matching circumstances. It's law, as reliable as gravity. Over the next 7 days, you're going to reprogram your subconscious mind through these specific rituals, each one designed to be absorbed as you drift into sleep. This isn't passive listening. This is active transformation happening at the deepest levels of your consciousness. While your body rests, your subconscious will be reorganizing itself, releasing old patterns that no longer serve you, installing new beliefs that support the abundant life you're stepping into. You might not feel it happening. In fact, the most profound changes often happen beneath conscious awareness. But you will notice the effects. You'll start thinking differently, feeling differently, making different choices, attracting different opportunities. And within days, you'll look back at the person you were before these rituals and barely recognize them. The 7-day time frame isn't arbitrary. Neuroscience has shown that it takes approximately 7 days of consistent new input to begin creating new neural pathways. 7 days to start breaking the habit of being your old self. 7 days to begin installing a new identity. Ancient traditions recognized this pattern. Many spiritual practices involve 7-day ceremonies, 7-day fasts, 7-day vigils. 7 days represents a complete cycle, a full revolution. In 7 days, your body replaces millions of cells. In 7 days, your brain can begin forming new connections. In 7 days, you can shift from one state of being to another. 7 days is enough time for the quantum field to register your new frequency and begin rearranging circumstances to match it. But here's what's crucial to understand. These 7 days aren't about trying harder or forcing change. They're about surrendering to a natural process of transformation. You're not going to effort your way into abundance. You're going to allow yourself to be transformed by consistently exposing your subconscious mind to new information while in the most receptive state possible. Think of it like this. If you wanted to learn a new language, you could study grammar books and vocabulary lists for months with limited progress, or you could immerse yourself completely in the language, surrounding yourself with native speakers, listening to it constantly, especially in those drowsy moments before sleep, when your brain is most absorbent. The second approach works faster because you're working with your brain's natural learning mechanisms rather than against them. That's what these rituals do. They immerse you completely in the frequency of abundance during your most receptive state. They don't just give you information. They reprogram your identity. And identity is everything. You don't attract what you want. You attract who you are. If deep down you identify as someone who struggles with money, you'll find ways to struggle, no matter how many opportunities come your way. But if deep down you identify as someone who naturally attracts and manages abundance, you'll find ways to thrive, even in challenging circumstances. Identity precedes reality. Change who you are, and you change what you experience. So as you prepare to begin this journey, I want you to make a decision right now. For the next 7 days, you're going to surrender your old story. You're going to release your grip on the familiar identity that has kept you stuck. You're going to stop defending your limitations. Stop explaining why abundance hasn't worked for you. Stop listing all the reasons why you're different or why this won't work. Those thoughts are the old program trying to maintain itself. Every program has a survival mechanism. Your scarcity programming will fight to stay alive. It will whisper doubts. It will bring up past failures. It will try to convince you that you're being unrealistic, that you're setting yourself up for disappointment, that you should be more practical. When those thoughts arise, and they will, simply notice them. Don't fight them. Don't argue with them. Just recognize them for what they are, echoes of old programming, and return your attention to the new frequency you're cultivating. Remember, what you focus on expands. If you focus on your doubts, you strengthen the neural networks of doubt. If you focus on possibility, on the feeling of abundance, on the truth that you are consciousness itself capable of creating any reality, you strengthen those networks instead. It's not about positive thinking. It's about neural programming. You're literally building new circuitry in your brain with every thought you choose to think and every feeling you choose to cultivate. Marcus was a construction worker who had always believed that rich people were corrupt and that wanting money made you greedy. This belief, inherited from his father, had kept him in financial struggle his entire adult life. When he encountered these rituals, his first response was resistance. His mind offered 100 reasons why this wouldn't work, why he was fine with his simple life, why wanting more was somehow wrong. But something deeper in him recognized truth. He decided to try the rituals for 7 days, just 7 days, suspending his disbelief. By day 3, he noticed something startling. His automatic thoughts about money had started changing. He caught himself thinking, "I can afford that," instead of his usual, "That's too expensive." By day 5, he was genuinely excited about opportunities he would have dismissed before. By day 7, he felt like a different person. Within a month, He had started his own contracting business. Within 6 months, he was making more money than he'd made in the previous 5 years. The beliefs that had imprisoned him for decades dissolved in 7 days of consistent reprogramming. This is your moment. Right now, reading these words, you're standing at a threshold. On one side is everything familiar, your current financial reality, your current beliefs about what's possible, your current identity as someone who has to struggle or work hard for every dollar. On the other side is a version of you that you've glimpsed in your most inspired moments, a version that lives in natural abundance, that receives easily, that creates value effortlessly, that knows at the deepest level that the universe is abundant, and you are part of that universe. Therefore, abundance is your natural state. You don't have to figure out how to cross that threshold. You just have to be willing to let the 7 rituals carry you across. For the next 7 nights, before you sleep, you'll receive one ritual. You'll listen to it as you drift off, allowing the words to bypass your conscious mind and speak directly to your subconscious. You won't need to concentrate or try to remember anything. In fact, the less effort you make, the better. Your only job is to listen, to feel, to allow. Your subconscious will do the rest. It will take the seeds planted in each ritual and germinate them while you sleep. You'll wake up different, even if you can't articulate exactly how. And by the end of 7 days, you'll be operating from a completely new foundation, a new frequency, a new identity. From that new place, abundance will come to you in ways that will surprise and delight you, as natural as breathing, as inevitable as sunrise. The universe is waiting for your signal. The quantum field is ready to respond. Your abundant future already exists as a possibility. All that's required is for you to tune into its frequency and become the person who lives that reality. And that transformation begins tonight with the first ritual. But before we move forward, take a moment right now to acknowledge your courage. You could have stayed comfortable in limitation. You could have accepted your current circumstances as permanent. But something in you refused. Something in you knew there was more. That something is the truth of who you are. The consciousness that exists beyond all programming, the infinite creative potential that is your birthright. Honor that truth. Trust that truth. And let that truth guide you through the next 7 days into the life you came here to live. Welcome to your transformation. Welcome to the frequency of abundance. Welcome home to the truth that you are, always have been, and always will be, inherently worthy of all the abundance the universe has to offer. Let's begin. Chapter 2. Ritual 1. The Awakening of Prosperous Consciousness. Tonight marks the beginning of your transformation. As you prepare to drift into sleep, you're about to discover something that will change everything you thought you knew about abundance. The first ritual isn't about doing anything. It's about undoing. It's about recognizing and dissolving the invisible chains that have been holding you back from the prosperity that is your natural birthright. These chains aren't made of metal or locked with keys. They're made of beliefs, woven into your subconscious mind before you even had the capacity to question them. And tonight, in this receptive state, between waking and sleeping, we're going to dissolve them. Here's what most people don't understand about wealth and abundance. The reason you don't have more money right now has almost nothing to do with your circumstances, your education, your connections, or even your work ethic. It has everything to do with your unconscious beliefs about money, success, and what you deserve. These beliefs were installed in your subconscious mind between birth and age 7, during what neuroscientists call the imprint period, when your brain operates primarily in theta state, the same state you're entering right now as you relax into sleep. During those formative years, your young mind absorbed everything like a sponge, without filters, without critical thinking. Every comment your parents made about money, every anxious conversation about bills you overheard, every message from society about what people like you could or couldn't achieve, all of it went straight into your subconscious operating system. And here's the crucial part that changes everything. Your subconscious mind doesn't care about your conscious desires. It doesn't matter how badly you want financial freedom if your subconscious believes that money is scarce, that wealthy people are somehow bad, that you don't deserve abundance, or that financial success requires struggle and sacrifice. Your subconscious will always win. It's running programs 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, broadcasting a frequency into the quantum field. And that frequency determines what you attract. It's not personal. It's not punishment. It's physics. You cannot outperform your self-image. You cannot out-earn your sense of worthiness. You cannot maintain wealth that doesn't match your internal identity. Think about lottery winners for a moment. Study after study shows that the majority of lottery winners end up broke within a few years, often worse off than before they won. Why? Because their external circumstances changed, but their internal programming didn't. Their subconscious identity remained that of someone who struggles with money. So unconsciously, without even realizing it, they found ways to lose the money, to return to the familiar state of lack that matched their internal programming. This isn't failure. This is the subconscious mind doing its job, which is to keep you aligned with your identity, even if that identity is limiting you. The beautiful news, the liberating truth that makes this first ritual so powerful, is that what was programmed can be reprogrammed. Your subconscious mind cannot distinguish between a real experience and one that is vividly imagined with emotion. To your subconscious, both are equally real. This is why trauma from decades ago can still trigger you today, your body responding as if the threat is happening now. But this same mechanism works in your favor. When you repeatedly imagine and feel yourself as abundant, when you consistently experience the emotions of prosperity in your mind and body, your subconscious begins to accept this as your new reality. It starts broadcasting a different frequency, and the quantum field, responding to that new frequency, begins delivering different circumstances. Let me tell you about Jennifer. She grew up in a household where her father worked 3 jobs, and her mother constantly worried about money. The phrase she heard most often was, "We can't afford that." By the time Jennifer was an adult, those 3 words had become her automatic response to almost everything. New opportunities? Can't afford it. Better neighborhood? Can't afford it. Investing in herself? Can't afford it. She had inherited her parents' scarcity consciousness without even realizing it. Her income reflected this programming perfectly, always just barely enough, always leaving her feeling stretched and stressed. Then Jennifer encountered these rituals. Through the first ritual, she became conscious of her unconscious programming. She recognized how deeply the belief, "we can't afford that," had rooted itself in her psyche. And most importantly, she learned how to dissolve it and install a new program. Within 3 weeks of beginning this practice, Jennifer received an unexpected promotion. Within 2 months, she had started a side business that quickly matched her day job income. Within 6 months, she had tripled her previous annual earnings. The circumstances didn't change first. Her consciousness changed first. Then the circumstances had no choice but to follow. Right now, as you relax deeper into this moment, I want you to understand something profound. You are not your programming. You are the consciousness that can observe the programming. and anything you can observe, you can change. Most people spend their entire lives completely identified with their thoughts and beliefs, never realizing that these are just programs running in the background, not truth, not reality, just conditioning. The moment you can step back and observe a limiting belief, you've already begun to free yourself from it. That observation creates space, and in that space, choice becomes possible. You are choosing right now, in this moment, to become aware of what has been unconscious, and that awareness is the first step toward liberation. So let's bring some of these unconscious beliefs into the light. Notice I said notice, not fight or fix. We're not going to battle your limiting beliefs. We're going to illuminate them, understand them, thank them for trying to protect you, and then gently release them. Fighting creates resistance, and whatever you resist persists. But what you bring into conscious awareness and accept without judgment naturally begins to dissolve. It's like turning on the light in a dark room. The darkness doesn't fight back. It simply disappears in the presence of light. Your consciousness is that light. One of the most common unconscious beliefs about money is that it's somehow spiritual to be poor, that wanting wealth is greedy or materialistic. This belief has deep roots in religious and cultural programming. Perhaps you heard that it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter heaven. Perhaps you absorbed the message that money is the root of all evil, that pure and good people don't concern themselves with material wealth. But here's what that programming doesn't tell you. Money is neutral. It's energy. It's a tool. It amplifies who you already are. If you're generous, money allows you to be more generous. If you're creative, money allows you to create on a larger scale. If you're kind, money allows you to help more people. The belief that spirituality and abundance are opposed is itself a limiting program, one that has kept countless good people struggling unnecessarily. Another common program is the belief that money requires hard work and sacrifice, that the only way to earn more is to work harder, longer hours, sacrificing your health, your relationships, your joy. This belief creates what I call the success equals suffering equation. And yes, many people who hold this belief do create financial success, but at what cost? They burn themselves out. They sacrifice their vitality on the altar of productivity. They achieve wealth, but lose their well-being in the process. But here's the truth, that this first ritual will help you embody. Abundance flows most easily when you're aligned, when you're joyful, when you're operating from inspiration rather than desperation. Yes, inspired action is required. But inspired action feels effortless, exciting, energizing. It doesn't deplete you. It fulfills you. When you're truly aligned with your purpose and operating from your natural genius, work becomes play, and abundance becomes inevitable. There's another insidious belief that lives in many people's subconscious, the belief that there isn't enough to go around, that someone else's gain is your loss, that the economic pie is fixed, and you're fighting for your slice. This scarcity mentality creates competition, anxiety, and a constant sense of threat. It makes you see other people's success as evidence of your lack. But quantum physics has proven what mystics have always known. The universe is infinite potential. There is no lack at the fundamental level of reality. Scarcity is a construct, a belief system, not a truth. When you realize that someone else's abundance doesn't diminish yours, that the universe has infinite resources and infinite creativity, that there are unlimited ways for prosperity to flow to you, everything changes. You stop competing and start celebrating. You stop hoarding and start circulating. You stop contracting in fear and start expanding in trust. Perhaps the deepest and most painful limiting belief is the belief that you're not worthy, that somehow you don't deserve abundance, that there's something fundamentally wrong or lacking in you. This belief often has roots in childhood experiences of criticism, comparison, or conditional love. Maybe you internalized the message that you weren't smart enough, talented enough, good enough. Maybe you made mistakes and somewhere along the way decided you were flawed beyond redemption. This unworthiness belief is like a magnet repelling prosperity. Even when opportunities come, you unconsciously sabotage them because deep down, you don't feel you deserve success. You might work incredibly hard, but always stop just short of breakthrough. You might create wealth, but then find ways to lose it. The unworthiness belief is perhaps the most important one to dissolve because it underlies all the others. But here's what I want you to really hear, really absorb into your bones as you drift deeper into this relaxed state. You are worthy, not because of what you've done or achieved, not because you've earned it or proven yourself. You're worthy because you exist. You're worthy because you're a unique expression of the creative intelligence that designed galaxies and sparked life into being. You're worthy because the same quantum field that holds stars in orbit and grows redwood forests also flows through you. You're not separate from that creative power. You are that creative power, temporarily experiencing itself as a human being. And that creative power has no concept of unworthiness. It only knows expansion, expression, and abundance. Let me share with you the story of David, a man who carried the unworthiness belief so deeply that it poisoned every area of his life. David had been raised by a hypercritical father who constantly compared him to his more accomplished older brother. Nothing David did was ever quite good enough. Even his successes were dismissed or minimized. By adulthood, David had completely internalized his father's voice. He worked in a job far below his capabilities, terrified of being exposed as a fraud if he aimed higher. He stayed in relationships where he was mistreated because part of him believed he didn't deserve better. His finances reflected this belief perfectly, always struggling, always just getting by. When David began working with these rituals, the first thing he had to confront was his bone-deep belief that he was fundamentally defective. Through this first ritual, practiced night after night, he began to dissolve that belief. He began to recognize it as programming, not truth. He began to feel, perhaps for the first time in his life, that he was inherently valuable exactly as he was. The changes that followed were stunning. Within a month, David asked for and received a substantial raise. Within 3 months, he ended a toxic relationship and attracted a partner who truly appreciated him. Within a year, he had started his own business and was earning more than he ever imagined possible. The circumstances didn't change David. David changed, and then the circumstances rearranged themselves to match his new internal state. As you continue to relax, I want to guide your awareness to these limiting beliefs that may be operating in your own subconscious. You don't need to analyze them or figure out where they came from. You don't need to relive any painful memories. You simply need to acknowledge their presence. Right now, in this moment. Just notice. Is there a belief that money is scarce? Is there a belief that you must struggle and sacrifice for success? Is there a belief that wanting abundance is somehow wrong or selfish? Is there a belief that you're not smart enough, talented enough, or worthy enough? Just notice these beliefs, as if you're an observer, watching clouds pass across the sky. You're not the clouds. You're the sky. The clouds move through you, but they don't define you. And now, with gentle awareness. I want you to understand something transformative. These beliefs aren't you. They're programs, software, running in your subconscious computer. And every program can be updated. Every limiting belief can be replaced with an empowering truth. Right now, as your conscious mind relaxes and your subconscious becomes more receptive, we're going to begin installing new programs, new beliefs that align with the abundant reality you're choosing to experience. You don't have to force this. You don't have to try hard. In fact, the less effort you make, the more effective this becomes. Your subconscious responds to repetition, emotion, and the theta brainwave state you're entering now as you drift towards sleep. Simply allow these new truths to wash over you, to sink into you, to become you. I am abundant by nature because I am one with the infinite abundance of the universe. This is not something I need to achieve or earn. It is what I am at the most fundamental level. Money flows to me easily and naturally because I am a clear channel for prosperity. I release all beliefs in scarcity and lack. They were never true. They were simply programs, and I am now choosing new programs. I am worthy of wealth, success, and all good things, not because of what I do, but because of what I am. I am a unique expression of creative intelligence, and it is my birthright to thrive. I release all beliefs that abundance requires struggle and sacrifice. I now understand that aligned action from a place of joy and inspiration is the most powerful form of action. When I follow my excitement and express my natural gifts, abundance follows automatically. I release all judgment about money and wealthy people. Money is neutral energy that amplifies whatever intention I bring to it. I choose to use money as a force for good, for freedom, for creativity, and for contribution. I celebrate others' success, knowing that the universe is infinitely abundant and someone else's prosperity doesn't diminish mine. In fact, their success proves what's possible and inspires me to expand my own vision. I release all fear about money. Fear is just a signal that I've temporarily forgotten my true nature as a powerful creator. Every time fear arises, I gently return to the truth that I am safe, supported, and guided by a universe that wants me to thrive. I am now consciously choosing beliefs that support the life I want to live. I believe that abundance is natural. I believe that I am worthy. I believe that the universe is friendly and supportive. I believe that opportunities are everywhere. I believe that I have unique gifts that the world needs, and that I will be compensated abundantly for sharing them. I believe that money comes to me in expected and unexpected ways. I believe that I am guided to the right people, places, and opportunities at the right time. I believe that everything is always working out for me. I believe that I am becoming wealthier every single day, in every single way. These aren't just words. These are frequencies. Every thought carries a vibration, and every vibration sends a signal into the quantum field. As you repeat these truths, as you feel them in your body, as you allow them to replace the old programming, you're literally changing your signal. You're tuning into a different radio station, and on this station, the song of abundance plays constantly. Your job isn't to make abundance happen. Your job is to become the frequency of abundance. The quantum field does the rest. It must. It's law, as you feel yourself drifting deeper now, more relaxed with each breath. I want you to imagine that all those old limiting beliefs are like heavy coats you've been wearing, layers upon layers of coats that you didn't even realize you had on. And now, one by one, you're taking them off. You're setting them down gently, thanking them for trying to keep you safe, acknowledging the role they played, and releasing them. With each belief you release, you feel lighter, freer, more spacious, more like your true self. The self that existed before all the programming, the pure consciousness that you were as a small child, full of wonder and possibility and trust. And into this space, into this openness, new beliefs are flowing. But they're not really new. They're actually original. They're the truth of what you are beneath all the conditioning. You are abundant. You are worthy. You are powerful. You are creative. You are limitless. These aren't affirmations trying to convince you of something false. These are rememberings, recognitions of what has always been true, but got buried under layers of limiting programs. You're not becoming something new. You're returning to what you always were before the world told you otherwise. Elena discovered this truth in a profound way. She had spent 30 years believing she was terrible with money, that it just slipped through her fingers no matter what she did. This belief had been reinforced by 1,000 experiences that seemed to prove it true. But when she began the first ritual, something shifted. She realized that she wasn't terrible with money. She had simply believed she was terrible with money, and that belief had created a self-fulfilling prophecy. She had unconsciously made decisions that confirmed her belief. She had ignored opportunities to learn about finances because she was bad with money anyway. She had sabotaged her own success because it didn't match her identity. Once Elena saw this clearly, once she recognized the belief as just a belief rather than truth, everything changed. She started studying financial literacy with the curiosity of a beginner. She made different choices. She started seeing herself as someone who was learning to be good with money, and then as someone who was good with money. Within a year, not only had Elena eliminated her debt, but she had built up savings for the first time in her adult life. The circumstances didn't teach Elena new beliefs. Elena's new beliefs created new circumstances. This is what's happening for you right now, in this very moment. As you listen to these words in this deeply relaxed state, your subconscious mind is opening. It's releasing old programs. It's receiving new truths. You might not feel it happening. Most of this work occurs beneath conscious awareness. But trust that it's working. Trust that every time you listen to this ritual as you fall asleep, you're rewiring your neural pathways. You're changing your identity. You're tuning into a new frequency. And that new frequency will attract circumstances, opportunities, and resources that match it. This is not hope. This is not wishful thinking. This is how consciousness creates reality. The quantum field is pure potential, holding all possibilities simultaneously. Right now, there exists a version of you living in complete financial abundance, feeling secure, free, generous, and joyful. That version isn't somewhere far away in the future. It exists now as a probability, as a potential. And the way you collapse that potential into your experienced reality is by becoming the frequency of that abundant version of yourself. Not by pretending, not by denying your current circumstances, but by genuinely feeling different, thinking different, believing different. When your internal state shifts, your external reality must follow. It's quantum law. So as you drift now into sleep, allow this first ritual to do its work. Allow the old beliefs to dissolve like morning mist in sunlight. Allow the new truths to plant themselves deeply in your subconscious soil. You don't need to make this happen. You simply need to allow it. Your subconscious mind knows exactly what to do. It's been waiting for permission to release what doesn't serve you and embrace what empowers you. Tonight, you've given it that permission. Tonight, you've begun the process of awakening your prosperous consciousness. And with each night that you practice this ritual, that consciousness grows stronger, clearer, more established as your new normal. Tomorrow when you wake, you might not feel dramatically different. The changes are subtle at first, but pay attention. Notice if your thoughts about money have shifted slightly. Notice if you feel a little more optimistic, a little more open, a little more worthy. Notice if you make different choices, even small ones. These are signs that the reprogramming is working. These are evidence that you're becoming someone new. And as you continue with the remaining rituals over the next 6 nights, this transformation will deepen and accelerate until the person you were when you started feels like a distant memory. For now, just breathe. Just relax. Just allow. The universe is supporting you. Your subconscious is working for you. Everything is unfolding perfectly. You are safe. You are loved. You are worthy. And you are becoming, with each passing moment, with each breath, with each heartbeat, a clearer, more powerful magnet for all the abundance that is your birthright. Sleep now, knowing that while your body rests, your consciousness is transforming. Sleep now in the peaceful certainty that you are awakening to a prosperous new reality. Sleep now and let the first ritual work its magic in the depths of your being. Good night, and welcome to your abundant life. Chapter 3, Ritual 2, The Alchemy of Magnetic Emotions. Welcome to the second night of your transformation. If you practiced the first ritual last night, something has already begun to shift inside you, even if you can't quite name it yet. Your subconscious has been working while you slept, dissolving old programs, making space for new truths. Tonight we go deeper. Tonight, you're going to discover the most powerful force in manifestation, something more potent than positive thinking, more magnetic than visualization, more transformative than affirmations. Tonight, you're going to learn the alchemy of emotions, and how to deliberately cultivate the exact emotional states that act as irresistible magnets for abundance. Here's what changed everything when I finally understood it. Thoughts alone don't create reality. You can think positive thoughts all day long. You can repeat affirmations until your voice goes hoarse. You can visualize wealth and success for hours. And if those thoughts and images aren't connected to elevated emotions, they're just noise. They're not sending a clear signal to the quantum field. They're not changing your energetic frequency. Thoughts are the language of the brain, but emotions are the language of the body. And it's the combination of clear intention from your mind and elevated emotion from your body that creates the electromagnetic signature that the quantum field responds to. This isn't philosophy. This is measurable science. The HeartMath Institute has conducted groundbreaking research on the human heart and discovered something revolutionary. Your heart isn't just a pump. It's an electromagnetic generator far more powerful than your brain. In fact, the electromagnetic field produced by your heart is approximately 5,000 times stronger than the field produced by your brain, and it radiates several feet beyond your physical body. Every time your heart beats, it sends electromagnetic signals into the space around you, and the coherence or incoherence of those signals depends entirely on your emotional state. When you're feeling stress, anxiety, fear, or frustration, your heart rhythm becomes chaotic and disordered. But when you're feeling gratitude, love, joy, or appreciation, your heart rhythm becomes coherent, smooth, and ordered. And this coherent signal broadcasts far beyond your body, literally changing the energy field around you. Think about what this means. Your emotions aren't just private, internal experiences. They're broadcasts, transmissions, sending information into the quantum field. When you feel abundant, before you see the evidence of abundance in your physical reality, you're sending a powerful signal that says, "This is who I am. This is my frequency. Match this." And the quantum field, which is nothing but energy, information, and consciousness, responds by rearranging circumstances to match your signal. But when you feel lack, worry, stress about money, or anxiety about your future, you're sending an equally powerful signal that says, "This is who I am. I am someone who lacks, who worries, who struggles." And the quantum field responds perfectly to that signal too, delivering more circumstances that generate those same emotions. This is why so many people stay stuck in the same patterns year after year, decade after decade. They're waiting for their circumstances to change so they can feel better. They're saying, "When I get the money, then I'll feel abundant. When I get the job, then I'll feel secure. When I find the relationship, then I'll feel loved." But that's backwards. That's not how creation works. The feeling must come first. The elevated emotion must precede the physical evidence. You must become abundant in your emotional body before you can become abundant in your bank account. This is the secret that mystics have known for thousands of years and that quantum physics has now validated. Feeling is the secret. Emotion is the magnet. Your emotional state is your creative state. Let me tell you about Rachel. She was a talented artist who had been struggling financially for years. She would create beautiful work, but she could never seem to attract buyers or opportunities. When we looked at her emotional state, the pattern became clear. Rachel spent most of her time feeling worried about money, stressed about bills, anxious about her future. She would wake up in the morning and immediately check her bank account, feeling her stomach clench when she saw how little was there. She would look at other successful artists and feel envy mixed with hopelessness. She would think about her art and feel desperate for someone to buy it. Every single one of these emotions was sending a clear signal to the quantum field, a signal of lack, of desperation, of "I don't have." And the universe, perfectly responding to her signal, kept delivering circumstances that matched those emotions. When Rachel learned the second ritual, everything changed. She began deliberately cultivating the emotions of abundance before seeing any evidence. Every morning, before looking at her bank account, before checking email, before doing anything, she would spend 10 minutes generating the feeling of prosperity in her body. She would imagine how it would feel to have more than enough money. She would feel the relief, the freedom, the joy, the gratitude. She would let those emotions fill her completely until they felt more real than her current circumstances. At first, it felt like pretending. Her mind would say, "This is fake. You're lying to yourself. Look at your reality." But Rachel persisted. She chose to feel abundant, regardless of her bank balance. And something remarkable happened. Within 2 weeks, she received an unexpected commission. Within a month, a gallery owner discovered her work and wanted to represent her. Within 3 months, she had sold more art than in the previous 2 years combined. Rachel's circumstances didn't change her emotions. Her emotions changed her circumstances. This is the alchemy. This is the magic that isn't magic, but science. When you learn to generate elevated emotions independent of external circumstances, when you can feel wealthy before you are wealthy, feel successful before you achieve success, feel grateful before receiving what you desire, you become a supernatural creator. You're no longer at the mercy of circumstances. You're no longer a victim waiting for life to give you permission to feel good. You become the cause, not the effect. You become the creator of your emotional state, and therefore the creator of your life. But here's where most people struggle with this teaching. They hear, "Feel abundant before you have abundance," and their rational mind rebels. It feels like denial. It feels like you're ignoring reality. It feels fake and forced. And if you try to slap a happy emotion on top of genuine feelings of fear or lack, it absolutely will feel fake because you're not being authentic. So let me clarify something crucial. This second ritual isn't about denying your current reality or suppressing real emotions. It's about recognizing that your current reality is simply the result of your past emotional states, and that you have the power in this moment to choose a different emotional state that will create a different future reality. It's about understanding that your emotions are not responses to circumstances. Your emotions are choices, and the emotions you choose today are literally constructing your tomorrow. The science of neuroplasticity proves this. When you repeatedly feel a certain emotion, you strengthen specific neural pathways in your brain. You literally become wired to feel that emotion more easily. If you've spent years feeling anxious about money, you've built superhighways of anxiety in your neural network. Those pathways fire so automatically that you don't even realize you're choosing them. It feels like anxiety is just happening to you. But it's not. It's a learned pattern, and any learned pattern can be unlearned. When you deliberately practice feeling abundant, grateful, prosperous, you begin building new neural pathways. At first, these new pathways are like small trails through the forest, faint and easily lost. But with repetition, especially when practiced in the theta state before sleep, these pathways strengthen, widen, become highways. Eventually, abundance becomes your default emotion, not something you have to work to generate, but something that arises naturally. Tonight, as you relax deeper into this ritual, you're going to learn specific techniques for emotional alchemy, for consciously transforming low-frequency emotions into high-frequency emotions, for generating magnetic states that attract abundance like iron filings to a magnet. But before we go into the practice, you need to understand something about the nature of emotions themselves. Emotions are energy in motion. That's literally what the word means. E-motion, energy in motion. When you feel an emotion, you're experiencing energy moving through your body. And every emotion has a specific frequency, a specific vibration. Fear vibrates at a low frequency. Anxiety vibrates at a low frequency. Shame, guilt, hopelessness, these all vibrate at very low frequencies. But gratitude vibrates at a high frequency. Joy vibrates at a high frequency. Love, appreciation, enthusiasm, these vibrate at very high frequencies. And here's the key principle that makes this ritual work. You cannot attract a high-frequency reality while emitting a low-frequency signal. You cannot magnetize abundance while vibrating at the frequency of lack. This doesn't mean you should never feel fear or sadness or anger. Those emotions are part of the human experience, and when they arise, you honor them, you feel them, you let them move through you. But you don't take up residence in them. You don't make them your home. You don't rehearse them day after day until they become your identity. Too many people have become addicted to their negative emotions without even realizing it. They've felt stressed for so long that stress feels normal, and calm feels strange. They've felt worried for so many years that worry feels like being responsible, and trust feels naive. They've felt lack for so long that lack feels realistic and abundance feels like fantasy. This is emotional addiction, and it's one of the biggest blocks to transformation. Michael experienced this directly. He was a successful entrepreneur by external measures, running a profitable business, but he was miserable. He lived in a constant state of stress, always worried about the next problem, the next challenge, the next potential disaster. Even when things were going well, he couldn't enjoy it because he was already anxious about what might go wrong. His body had become addicted to the chemical cocktail that stress produces, the cortisol and adrenaline flooding his system, and unconsciously, he kept creating situations that would justify feeling stressed because that's what his body expected, what it craved. When Michael began the second ritual, he had to face this addiction. He had to recognize that his stress wasn't keeping him safe or making him successful. It was actually limiting his potential and destroying his health. Learning to generate positive emotions felt foreign, almost wrong at first. But as he practiced, as he learned to feel peace and confidence instead of stress and worry, everything shifted. His business actually improved because he was making better decisions from a clear state rather than a reactive state. His relationships improved. His health improved. And paradoxically, by letting go of the constant stress, he became more effective, not less. So how do you actually practice emotional alchemy? How do you transform your emotional state deliberately? The first step is breath. Your breath is the bridge between your conscious and unconscious mind, between your body and your emotions. When you're stressed or afraid, your breath becomes shallow and rapid. When you're calm and confident, your breath becomes deep and slow. But here's the powerful part. This relationship works in reverse. You can change your emotional state by changing your breath. Right now, as you listen to these words, take a slow, deep breath in through your nose, filling your belly first, then your chest. Hold it for a moment. Now release it slowly through your mouth, letting all the tension drain away. Do this 3 times. Breathe in peace. Breathe out stress. Breathe in abundance. Breathe out lack. Breathe in trust. Breathe out fear. Notice how your body begins to relax. Notice how your mind begins to quiet. This simple act of conscious breathing is already shifting your frequency. The second step is focus. Your attention is your most powerful creative tool. Whatever you focus on expands. Whatever you give your attention to, you give your energy to, and what receives your energy grows stronger in your experience. Most people have scattered attention. They're thinking about 10 different things, worried about 20 problems, reviewing past failures while anxious about future challenges. This scattered attention creates a chaotic electromagnetic signal, but when you gather your attention, when you focus it like a laser on a specific emotion you want to cultivate, that emotion intensifies, becomes more real, more powerful. So right now, gather your attention. Bring it fully into this moment, into your body, into the feeling you're about to generate. Let go of everything else. This moment is all that exists. This breath, this heartbeat, this now. The third step is imagination. Your brain and body don't know the difference between a real experience and one you vividly imagine with sensory detail and emotion. This is why memories can make you cry years later, why thinking about a lemon can make your mouth water, why imagining a snake can make your heart race, even though there's no snake present. Your nervous system responds to your thoughts as if they're real. So you're going to use this to your advantage. You're going to imagine, with as much sensory richness as possible, scenarios that generate the emotions of abundance, success, and prosperity, not vague fantasies, but specific, detailed scenes that feel real to your body. Imagine yourself checking your bank account and seeing a number that makes you gasp with delight and gratitude. Really see it. What does the screen look like? What's the exact amount? How does your body respond? Feel the smile spreading across your face. Feel your shoulders relaxing. Feel that warm glow of relief and excitement in your chest. Imagine someone thanking you for the incredible value you provided and handing you a check for an amount that exceeds your expectations. See their grateful face. Hear their sincere words. Feel the weight of the check in your hand. Feel the pride and fulfillment of knowing you made a real difference. Imagine walking through your ideal home, the home you'll live in when abundance has fully manifested. What do you see? What colors? What textures? Run your hand along the furniture. Feel the softness of the carpet under your feet. Look out the window at the view. Breathe in the sense of accomplishment and security this represents. Make it real in your mind, and your body will generate real emotions. The fourth step, and this is the most important, is to sustain the elevated emotion. It's not enough to feel abundant for 30 seconds and then return to worry for the rest of the day. You need to bathe your cells in these elevated emotions, conditioning your body to recognize these feelings as your new normal. This is why practicing this ritual before sleep is so powerful. As you drift off while feeling prosperous, grateful, abundant, your subconscious absorbs these emotions deeply. Your body begins to believe this is who you are. And when your body believes it, when these elevated emotions become familiar rather than foreign, they become your new set point. You wake up feeling differently. You move through your day from a different emotional foundation. And from that new foundation, you make different choices, attract different opportunities, create different results. Let me share with you what happened to Thomas. He was drowning in debt, living paycheck to paycheck, constantly stressed about money. Every night he would go to bed worried, running worst-case scenarios through his mind, his body tense with anxiety. His sleep was poor, his health was declining, and his financial situation kept getting worse. When he learned this second ritual, Thomas made a commitment. No matter how scared he felt, no matter how bad his circumstances looked, he would spend the last 15 minutes before sleep generating feelings of abundance, gratitude, and trust. The first few nights felt ridiculous to him. How could he feel grateful when he was about to lose his apartment? How could he feel abundant when he was broke? But he kept practicing, and slowly, something shifted. He started sleeping better. He started waking up with more energy and clarity. He started making better decisions instead of reactive, fear-based choices. Within 6 weeks, he had negotiated better terms with his creditors. Within 3 months, he had received an unexpected job offer with significantly higher pay. Within a year, he was completely debt-free and had savings for the first time in his adult life. Thomas didn't wait for his circumstances to change so he could feel better. He changed how he felt, and his circumstances had no choice but to follow. This is your power. This is your birthright. You are not a passive receiver of whatever life brings. You are an active creator, broadcasting a signal every single moment through your emotional state. And right now, in this moment, you get to choose what signal you're sending. You get to choose what frequency you're vibrating at. You get to choose what you're magnetizing into your experience. This choice isn't always easy, especially when circumstances seem to justify negative emotions. But it's always available. And every time you choose an elevated emotion despite contrary circumstances, you're exercising your creative power. You're proving to yourself and the universe that you're no longer at the mercy of conditions. You're becoming a master of your emotional state, and therefore, a master of your reality. As you continue to relax now, feeling your body becoming heavier and more comfortable, I want you to focus on your heart. Place your attention right in the center of your chest. Imagine that your heart is glowing with warm, golden light. With each breath, this light grows brighter, warmer, more expansive. This is the light of abundance, the light of gratitude, the light of pure creative potential. Breathe into your heart and feel this light spreading through your entire chest, down your arms, into your belly, up into your throat and head, down your legs, all the way to your toes. Your entire body is now glowing with this abundant, grateful, prosperous energy. This isn't imagination. This is reality. The electromagnetic field of your heart is actually expanding right now, becoming more coherent, more powerful, broadcasting a clear signal of abundance into the quantum field. Now, from this place of coherent heart energy, I want you to feel gratitude. Not for anything specific, just pure gratitude for being alive, for having awareness, for being consciousness experiencing itself in human form. Feel this gratitude as a warm, expansive sensation in your chest. Let it grow with each breath. Feel grateful for this moment of transformation. Feel grateful for the abundance that's already on its way to you. Feel grateful for all the blessings you've already received and for all the blessings that are about to manifest. Let this gratitude fill you completely until there's no room for anything else, until every cell of your body is vibrating with thankfulness. This feeling of gratitude is one of the highest frequencies you can emit. It's a powerful magnet for more things to be grateful for. Now add to this gratitude the feeling of abundance. What does abundance feel like in your body? It feels like relief, doesn't it? Like a deep exhale after holding your breath. It feels like spaciousness, like freedom, like having more than enough. It feels like generosity because you know there's plenty to share. It feels like confidence because you trust that you're supported. It feels like joy because you can finally breathe, finally relax, finally enjoy life without constant financial stress. Generate this feeling now, not because your bank account justifies it, but because you're choosing it. You're consciously deciding to feel abundant before the evidence appears. This is the key. This is what changes everything. Feel the relief. Feel the freedom. Feel the spaciousness. Let your body remember what abundance feels like. Or if it's never felt it before, let your body learn it now. This feeling is your new normal. This is who you are becoming. And now, add one more emotion to this mix. Add excitement. Add enthusiasm. Add the feeling of joyful anticipation, like a child on Christmas morning who knows amazing gifts are waiting. Feel excited about your future. Feel enthusiastic about the opportunities that are coming. Feel the tingle of anticipation, the aliveness that comes from knowing something wonderful is about to happen. Your life is about to change dramatically for the better. Abundance is rushing toward you right now, and you're rushing toward it. You're meeting it halfway through your elevated emotional state. Feel the excitement of this inevitable meeting. Let your body buzz with this energy. Let yourself smile at the deliciousness of knowing that what you desire is desiring you just as much. These three emotions, gratitude, abundance, and excited anticipation, create a powerful electromagnetic signature that the quantum field cannot help but respond to. You're not begging the universe for abundance. You're not hoping it might happen. You're declaring through your emotional state that it's already done, It's already yours. You're already living it in your emotional body. And the physical manifestation is simply catching up. This is how the greatest creators in history have always worked. They felt the end result first, embodied it emotionally before seeing it physically, and then watched reality reorganize itself to match their internal state. As you drift now into deep relaxation, possibly already beginning to sleep, I want these elevated emotions to be the last thing you consciously experience before you go unconscious. Let gratitude, abundance, and joyful anticipation be the frequency you fall asleep to, because whatever frequency you carry into sleep is the frequency you'll program into your subconscious. Whatever you feel in these liminal moments between waking and sleeping becomes the instruction set for your subconscious mind, which will work all night to create circumstances that match these feelings. This is the alchemy. This is how you transform lead into gold, lack into abundance, fear into confidence, not through effort, but through emotion, not through force, but through frequency, not through struggle, but through surrender to elevated states. You are becoming a master of your emotional reality. You are learning to generate feelings independent of circumstances. You are discovering that you're not at the mercy of external events, that you carry within you the power to feel however you choose, and that this power to choose your emotional state is the ultimate creative power. Money is just energy responding to your energetic signal. Opportunities are just possibilities waiting for you to match their frequency. Success is just the natural result of sustained, elevated emotions. Everything you desire is already available in the quantum field. All that's required is for you to become the frequency of what you desire, to feel it before you see it, to embody it before it manifests. Tomorrow when you wake, pay attention to your default emotional state. Are you waking up with worry, or with trust, with lack, or with abundance, with heaviness, or with enthusiasm? Notice it without judgment, and if you notice low-frequency emotions, simply choose again. Breathe, focus on your heart, and generate gratitude. This practice isn't just for the 15 minutes before sleep. This is your new way of being. Throughout your day, whenever you notice yourself slipping into worry or stress about money, pause, breathe, return to your heart, and choose an elevated emotion instead. Each time you do this, you're rewiring your brain and reconditioning your body. You're building new neural pathways and new emotional habits. You're literally becoming a new person. And as this new person, the person who has mastered their emotional state, abundance flows to you naturally, effortlessly, inevitably, not because you forced it or chased it or manipulated circumstances, but because you've become a match for it. You've tuned in to the frequency of prosperity, and the quantum field is responding perfectly to your signal. Trust this process. Trust your power. Trust that your emotional state is creating your future reality right now. And most of all, trust that you deserve to feel good, to feel abundant, to feel joyful, regardless of what your current circumstances might suggest. Your circumstances are temporary. Your creative power is eternal. Choose to use that power now, tonight, as you drift into peaceful, abundant, grateful sleep. Rest well, knowing that your emotional alchemy is working magic in the quantum field, even as you dream. Good night, and welcome to your magnetically abundant new life. Chapter 4, Ritual 3, The Portal of Expansive Gratitude. Tonight you enter the third ritual, and this one might be the most powerful of all. If you've been practicing the first two rituals, you've already begun dismantling limiting beliefs and learning to generate elevated emotions. But tonight, We're going to activate what ancient mystics called the golden key to the universe, what quantum physicists recognize as the ultimate attractor field, and what every spiritual tradition throughout history has identified as the doorway to miracles. Tonight, you're going to discover the true power of gratitude, not as a nice sentiment or polite courtesy, but as an active technology of transformation that literally opens portals in the quantum field and accelerates manifestation beyond what your rational mind believes possible. Most people think they understand gratitude. They say thank you. They appreciate what they have. They count their blessings. And all of that is beautiful. But it's only the first level. It's gratitude as a response to good fortune. Gratitude that depends on circumstances being favorable. This kind of gratitude is wonderful, but it's limited because it's reactive. It waits for something good to happen before it activates. But there's a deeper level of gratitude, a more powerful form that mystics and masters have used for millennia to literally call abundance into existence. This is gratitude as a creative force. Gratitude that comes before the blessing appears. Gratitude that doesn't wait for circumstances to justify it. Gratitude that exists as a fundamental state of being regardless of what's happening in your external world. Here's what makes this advanced form of gratitude so powerful. When you feel grateful for something you already have, you're sending a signal to the quantum field that says, "This is good. More of this." And the universe responds by giving you more of what you're grateful for. That's the law of attraction in its simplest form. But when you feel grateful for something before it manifests, before you see any evidence, before you have any logical reason to be thankful, you're doing something extraordinary. You're collapsing the wave function. You're reaching into the field of all possibilities and pulling that specific potential into your reality. You're telling the universe, "I'm already receiving this. I'm already experiencing this. Thank you for what's already done." And the quantum field, which exists beyond time and space, responds to that signal as if it's already true. Because in the eternal now where the quantum field operates, it is already true. Think about this for a moment. When you're truly grateful for something, how does it feel? It feels complete, doesn't it? It feels satisfied. There's no wanting, no needing, no desperate grasping. There's just pure appreciation for what is. When you're genuinely thankful for something in your life, you're not simultaneously wishing you had it, because you already do. You're not hoping for it, because it's already yours. Gratitude is the emotion of having received. It's the feeling of fullness, of completion, of "this is done." And that's exactly why it's so magnetic. When you feel grateful for abundance before seeing it in your bank account, your emotional state is identical to the emotional state you would have after receiving that abundance. Your body doesn't know the difference between gratitude for what you have and gratitude for what's coming. To your nervous system, grateful is grateful, and the universe responds to your frequency, not your circumstances. Let me share the story of Patricia. She was a single mother working 2 jobs, barely making ends meet, exhausted and overwhelmed. Every day was a struggle, and her future looked like more of the same struggle, stretching endlessly ahead. Patricia had tried affirmations, visualization, positive thinking, but nothing seemed to work. She was too tired, too stressed, too consumed by survival to maintain any consistent practice. Then someone taught her about expansive gratitude, and specifically about being grateful for what hadn't manifested yet. Patricia was skeptical. How could she be thankful for abundance when she was living in poverty? How could she feel grateful for ease when every day was hard? But she was desperate enough to try anything, so she made a commitment. Every night before sleep, no matter how terrible her day had been, she would spend 10 minutes feeling genuine gratitude for the financial breakthrough that she decided was already on its way to her. At first it felt forced and false, but Patricia persisted. She would lie in bed and say, "Thank you for the unexpected money that's coming to me. Thank you for the perfect job that's about to find me. Thank you for the financial ease I'm about to experience. Thank you for solving these money problems in ways I cannot yet see." And as she repeated these statements night after night, something shifted. The gratitude started feeling real. She began to genuinely feel thankful, as if these blessings had already happened. Her body relaxed, her sleep improved, her energy increased, and then within 3 weeks, something remarkable occurred. She received a call about a job she'd applied for months earlier and forgotten about, a position that paid twice what she was currently making with better hours and benefits. Within 2 months, she received an unexpected tax refund due to an accounting error in her favor. Within 6 months, her financial situation had completely transformed. Patricia didn't use gratitude to feel better about her circumstances. She used gratitude to change her circumstances. She felt thankful before seeing evidence, and the evidence appeared to match her grateful state. This is the alchemy of expansive gratitude. You're not waiting for blessings to justify your thankfulness. You're using thankfulness to magnetize blessings. You're not being grateful because good things happened. You're being grateful so that good things will happen. This isn't about pretending or denying reality. It's about understanding that your current reality is just the past catching up with you. It's the result of your previous thoughts, emotions, and beliefs manifesting. But your future reality, what you'll experience tomorrow and next week and next month, is being created by your thoughts, emotions, and beliefs right now in this moment. And gratitude is the most powerful creative emotion because it simultaneously acknowledges abundance and expects more abundance. It's the perfect frequency for manifestation. The neuroscience behind this is fascinating. When you feel genuine gratitude, your brain releases dopamine and serotonin, the chemicals associated with happiness and well-being. But more than that, gratitude activates the hypothalamus, which regulates stress and stimulates the production of neural pathways associated with positive thinking and emotional regulation. Essentially, gratitude rewires your brain for optimism, resilience, and creative problem-solving. People who practice gratitude consistently show increased activity in the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain associated with learning, decision-making, and rational thought. They also show decreased activity in the amygdala, the fear center of the brain. Gratitude literally makes you smarter, calmer, and more capable of recognizing and acting on opportunities. But the spiritual significance of gratitude goes even deeper than the neuroscience. Every wisdom tradition teaches gratitude as a fundamental spiritual practice. In Christianity, Paul wrote, "Give thanks in all circumstances." In Buddhism, gratitude is essential to the practice of mindfulness and presence. In Hinduism, gratitude is a form of worship, acknowledging the divine in all things. In indigenous traditions worldwide, gratitude ceremonies mark every significant event and season. Why? Because ancient peoples understood something profound. Gratitude isn't just good manners or positive thinking. It's recognition of interconnection. When you feel grateful, you're acknowledging that you're not separate, not isolated, not alone. You're recognizing that you're part of an intelligent, abundant, generous universe that's constantly giving to you. You're waking up to the truth that life is conspiring for you, not against you. And that recognition, that shift in perspective, changes everything. Tonight, in this third ritual, you're going to practice 3 levels of gratitude, each one more powerful than the last, each one opening you more fully to the abundance that's your birthright. The first level is basic gratitude for what you already have. This is where most people begin and end, but it's important. You cannot attract more abundance while feeling ungrateful for what you currently have. If you're constantly focusing on what's missing, what's wrong, what you lack, you're sending a signal of poverty. But when you genuinely appreciate what you do have, even if it's not much, even if it's not what you ultimately want, you're sending a signal that says, I recognize abundance. I acknowledge blessings. I see value. And the universe responds by giving you more to be grateful for. So right now, as you relax deeper into this moment, bring to mind 3 things you're genuinely grateful for. They don't have to be huge things. Maybe it's your health, or a specific person in your life, or the fact that you have a roof over your head tonight. Maybe it's something small like a good cup of coffee this morning, or a beautiful sunset you witnessed. Whatever comes to mind, feel genuine appreciation for it. Don't just think about it. Feel it in your body. Let warmth and appreciation fill your chest. Let a smile form on your face. Really inhabit the feeling of thankfulness for these blessings. This is important because you're training your nervous system to recognize abundance. You're proving to your subconscious that good things are already present in your life. You're establishing a foundation of appreciation that you'll build upon. The second level of gratitude is deeper and more powerful. This is gratitude for the lessons, for the challenges, for the difficult experiences that shaped you. This level requires more maturity, more wisdom, but it's incredibly liberating when you reach it. When you can look at your past struggles and genuinely feel grateful for them, not because they were fun, but because they made you stronger, wiser, more compassionate, more resilient, you transform your relationship with difficulty. You stop being a victim and become a student. You stop asking, why me? And start asking, what is this teaching me? Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and philosopher, wrote that the impediment to action advances action, that what stands in the way becomes the way. He understood that obstacles aren't blocking your path. They are your path. They're the universe's way of developing in you the qualities you need to handle the abundance you're calling in. Think about your own life. What difficulties have you faced? What challenges have you overcome? And who did you become through those experiences? Would you be as strong without the struggles? Would you be as compassionate without the pain? Would you value success as much without having tasted failure? The person you are today, reading these words, committed to transformation, is the product of everything you've experienced, the good and the challenging. And that person is powerful, capable, worthy, and ready for the next level. So feel gratitude for your journey. Feel appreciation for every experience that brought you to this moment. This isn't about romanticizing suffering or saying that bad things were good. It's about recognizing that you've survived, you've learned, you've grown, and nothing that happened to you could break you. You're still here. You're still growing. You're still reaching for more. And that deserves gratitude. Marcus discovered this second level of gratitude when he was at his lowest point. He'd lost his business. His marriage had ended, and he was living in his car. He felt like a complete failure, ashamed and hopeless. But one night, lying in that car, He had a profound realization. Every mistake he'd made had taught him something crucial. The business failure taught him about financial management and warned him about business partnerships he would have gotten into later. The divorce taught him about himself, his patterns, what he really wanted in relationship. Even the humiliation of living in his car was teaching him that his worth wasn't tied to his circumstances, that he was still himself regardless of external conditions. In that moment, Marcus felt genuine gratitude for the rock bottom he'd hit. He understood that this was the foundation he needed, the solid ground from which he could rebuild authentically. From that place of grateful acceptance, everything shifted. Within 6 months, Marcus had a new job and apartment. Within a year, he'd started another business, this time with the wisdom from his failures. Within 3 years, he was more successful than ever before, but more importantly, he was genuinely happy. The gratitude he felt for his darkest time became the doorway to his brightest future. Now we come to the third level of gratitude, and this is where the real magic happens. This is gratitude for what hasn't manifested yet. Thankfulness for blessings that are still invisible. Appreciation for abundance that exists only as potential in the quantum field. This is advanced practice, but you're ready for it. This level of gratitude requires you to believe in the unseen, to trust what you cannot yet verify, to feel certain about outcomes that haven't materialized. This might sound like positive thinking or wishful fantasy, but it's actually quantum mechanics. In the quantum field, everything exists as potential. The abundant life you desire isn't somewhere off in the distant future waiting for you to earn it or deserve it. It exists right now as a probability, a possibility hovering in the field of all potentials. And the way you collapse that probability into your experienced reality is by matching its frequency. You become it before you see it. You embody it before it manifests. And the most powerful way to embody something is to feel grateful for it. Think about it this way. If you won the lottery tomorrow, how would you feel? You'd feel shocked, thrilled, grateful, wouldn't you? Your heart would race. You'd probably cry with relief and joy. You'd feel so thankful that your money problems were over. Now here's the key question. Why wait until after you receive the blessing to feel that gratitude? Why not feel it now? Why not generate that same grateful, relieved, joyful frequency right now, tonight, before seeing any evidence? When you do this, when you feel genuinely grateful for abundance before it manifests, you're sending a powerful signal to the quantum field. You're saying, I'm already living this reality. I've already received this blessing. Thank you for what's done. And the universe, responding to your frequency, begins rearranging circumstances to match your grateful state. This isn't manipulation. This isn't trying to trick the universe. This is understanding how consciousness creates reality and working with that natural law. Sarah practiced this third level of gratitude with stunning results. She was deeply in debt and struggling to pay bills. Every day brought more financial stress, but Sarah learned to feel grateful for the debt being resolved, even before she saw how it could happen. Every night she would say, "Thank you for paying off my debt. Thank you for the financial abundance that's clearing these balances. Thank you for the unexpected money that's coming to solve this problem. Thank you for the opportunities that are about to appear." At first, her mind screamed that this was ridiculous, that she was lying to herself. But Sarah persisted in feeling genuine gratitude as if the debt was already paid. She would imagine checking her accounts and seeing zero balances, and she would let herself feel the genuine relief and gratitude that would bring. Within 2 weeks, she received a call from a company where she'd interviewed months earlier, offering her a position with a signing bonus. The bonus was almost exactly the amount of her debt. Within a month, she'd paid everything off. Sarah's gratitude didn't wait for the blessing. Her gratitude called the blessing into existence. As you lie here now, feeling your body relaxing more completely with each breath, I want you to practice this third level of gratitude. Think about what you most desire in your financial life. Maybe it's a specific amount of money. Maybe it's a debt being paid off. Maybe it's a new income stream or business success. Maybe it's just the feeling of ease and security, knowing you have more than enough. Whatever it is, I want you to feel grateful for it, right now, as if it's already done. Don't wait for evidence. Don't let your rational mind talk you out of this, just feel it. Imagine that tomorrow you wake up and discover that what you desire has manifested. How would you feel? You'd feel shocked with joy, wouldn't you? You'd feel profound gratitude. You'd probably cry with relief. Let yourself feel that now. Generate that emotion in your body right now. Thank you, thank you, thank you for this blessing that's already on its way. Thank you for this abundance that's already mine in the quantum field. Thank you for solving this financial challenge in ways I cannot yet see. Thank you for the unexpected money, the surprising opportunity, the perfect breakthrough. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Feel this gratitude as real as you can make it. Don't perform it or fake it. Actually feel it. Let your heart swell with appreciation. Let relief wash through your body. Let joy bubble up in your chest. Let your face relax into a genuine smile of gratitude. This feeling, this frequency, this electromagnetic signature is what creates reality. You're not hoping it might happen. You're not wishing it could happen. You're being grateful as if it's already happened, and in the eternal now of the quantum field, it has already happened. You're just allowing the space-time dimension to catch up with the quantum dimension. The more real you make this gratitude feel, the faster the manifestation occurs. This isn't belief. This isn't faith. This is physics. This is the law of resonance. Like attracts like. Gratitude attracts more to be grateful for. There's a beautiful feedback loop that gratitude creates. When you feel grateful, you attract circumstances that give you more to feel grateful about. When you experience those circumstances, you feel even more gratitude, which attracts even more positive circumstances. It's an upward spiral, a virtuous cycle that compounds over time. But it has to start with you choosing gratitude first. Before circumstances justify it, you have to prime the pump. You have to send the first signal. And that's what you're doing right now, in this moment. You're initiating the gratitude spiral that will completely transform your financial reality. Scientists have studied this gratitude feedback loop and found remarkable results. People who practice gratitude consistently report higher levels of life satisfaction, better physical health, stronger relationships, increased resilience to stress, and yes, higher incomes. One study followed people who kept gratitude journals, writing down things they were thankful for each day. Compared to control groups who didn't practice gratitude, the grateful people exercised more, reported fewer physical symptoms, felt better about their lives, and were more optimistic about the upcoming week. Another study found that grateful people were more likely to help others and show compassion, which created stronger social connections, which led to more opportunities, which increased abundance. Gratitude doesn't just feel good. It creates tangible, measurable improvements in every area of life, including finances. But perhaps the most important thing gratitude does is shift you from a mindset of scarcity to a mindset of abundance. When you're focused on what you lack, You're in scarcity consciousness. You see a world of limitation, competition, not enough. This consciousness creates stress, which clouds your thinking, which leads to poor decisions, which creates more lack. It's a downward spiral. But when you're focused on what you appreciate, when you're genuinely grateful for what you have and what's coming, you're in abundance consciousness. You see a world of possibility, cooperation, more than enough. This consciousness creates peace, which clarifies your thinking, which leads to better decisions, which creates more abundance. Same external world, completely different experience based on your focus and feeling. Elena experienced this shift dramatically. She worked in sales and was struggling, constantly focused on quotas she wasn't meeting, commissions she wasn't earning, sales she wasn't closing. This focus on lack made her desperate and pushy with clients, which made her even less successful. She was trapped in a scarcity spiral. When Elena learned about gratitude practice, she decided to completely change her approach. Instead of focusing on what she hadn't achieved, she started each day being grateful for the clients she did have, the sales she had closed, the skills she possessed. She felt grateful in advance for the sales she would close that day. This shift changed her energy completely. She stopped being desperate and became confident. She stopped pushing and started serving. Clients felt the difference and responded positively. Within a month, Elena had her best sales month ever. Within 3 months, she'd been promoted. Within a year, she was the top producer in her company. The only thing that changed was her focus. She shifted from scarcity to gratitude, and her results shifted accordingly. This is your opportunity to make the same shift. Right now, in this moment, you're training your nervous system to default to gratitude rather than worry. You're rewiring your brain to see abundance rather than lack. You're reconditioning your body to expect blessings rather than problems. And the beautiful thing is that you don't have to wait until your circumstances are perfect to do this. You can start right now, exactly where you are, with whatever you have. Gratitude doesn't require perfect conditions. Gratitude creates perfect conditions. It's not the outcome of abundance. It's the cause of abundance. As you drift now towards sleep, I want you to fall asleep in a state of profound gratitude. Let gratitude be the last conscious feeling you experience before going unconscious. Thank you for this day. Thank you for this breath. Thank you for this body that carries you through life. Thank you for this mind that's capable of growth and change. Thank you for this moment of transformation. Thank you for every experience that brought you here. Thank you for the abundance that's already in your life. Thank you for the abundance that's on its way. Thank you for the financial breakthrough that's about to happen. Thank you for the unexpected blessings about to arrive. Thank you for the perfect opportunities about to present themselves. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let this gratitude fill every cell of your body. Let it radiate from your heart in waves of golden light, spreading through your chest, your belly, your limbs, your head, until your entire being is glowing with appreciation. You are grateful. You are blessed. You are abundant. This is not what you hope to become. This is what you are right now, in this moment. And as you fall asleep, holding this frequency of gratitude, your subconscious mind is receiving clear instructions. Expect blessings, recognize abundance, attract prosperity. All night long, while your conscious mind rests, your subconscious will be working to align your thoughts, beliefs, and behaviors with this grateful, abundant state. Tomorrow when you wake, begin your day with gratitude. Before checking your phone, before getting out of bed, Spend just 60 seconds feeling grateful. Grateful for the new day. Grateful for opportunities you're about to encounter. Grateful for the abundance that's flowing to you. Make gratitude your default state. Not something you do occasionally, but something you are constantly. And watch what happens. Watch how doors start opening that were previously closed. Watch how solutions appear to problems that seemed unsolvable. Watch how money starts flowing from expected and unexpected sources. Watch how the universe responds to your grateful frequency by giving you more and more and more to be grateful for. You are a grateful being, living in a generous universe. This is your truth. This is your reality. And from this moment forward, gratitude is your superpower, your quantum tool, your direct line to infinite abundance. Use it consciously. Use it deliberately. Use it gratefully. And watch your life transform in ways that will exceed your wildest dreams. Sleep now in gratitude. Rest in appreciation. Dream in thankfulness. And wake to a new reality that matches your grateful frequency. Thank you for being here. Thank you for doing this work. Thank you for choosing transformation. Good night, and may your grateful heart magnetize miracles. Chapter 5. Ritual 4. The Vision of the Abundant Self. Welcome to the 4th night of your transformation. You've been dismantling limiting beliefs, mastering your emotional state, and activating the power of gratitude. Tonight we go even deeper into the quantum field of possibilities. Tonight, you're going to do something that your brain will interpret as absolutely real. Something so powerful that your nervous system won't be able to distinguish it from actual lived experience. Tonight, you're going to meet the future version of yourself, the you who already lives in complete abundance, and you're not just going to observe this future self. You're going to become them. You're going to inhabit their consciousness, feel what they feel, think how they think, and embody their identity so completely that by the time you fall asleep tonight, your subconscious mind will believe you already are this abundant person. And when your subconscious believes it, your reality has no choice but to reflect it. This 4th ritual is based on a profound truth that neuroscience has proven beyond doubt. Your brain cannot tell the difference between something you vividly imagine with sensory detail and something you actually experience. When Olympic athletes mentally rehearse their performances, brain scans show the exact same neural pathways firing as when they physically perform. When musicians imagine playing their instruments, the same regions of their motor cortex activate. When you imagine biting into a lemon, your mouth waters even though there's no actual lemon. Your brain treats the imagined experience as real, and it begins building neural pathways based on that imagined experience. This is not wishful thinking. This is not fantasy. This is how the brain learns, how it prepares, how it becomes. What this means is revolutionary. You don't have to wait until you're wealthy to have the brain of a wealthy person. You don't have to achieve success before you can think like a successful person. You can install the neural circuitry of abundance right now, tonight, through the power of sustained, emotionally rich, sensory-detailed visualization. And when you have the brain of an abundant person, you automatically start making the decisions an abundant person makes, taking the actions an abundant person takes, seeing the opportunities an abundant person sees. The external abundance becomes inevitable because the internal abundance is already established. You're not trying to become abundant. You already are abundant in your neurology, in your identity, in your consciousness. The physical manifestation is simply the universe catching up with who you've already become. Let me share with you what happened to James. He was stuck in a dead-end job he hated, living paycheck to paycheck, feeling trapped with no way out. He had dreams of starting his own business, but they seemed impossible given his circumstances. Then James discovered the power of identity-level visualization. Instead of just imagining having money or success as vague concepts, James began spending time every night becoming the future version of himself who had already built a successful business. He didn't just picture it from the outside. He stepped into that future James and lived from that perspective. He imagined waking up in the morning feeling energized and excited about his work. He imagined making decisions with confidence and clarity. He imagined interacting with clients and employees from a place of abundance and generosity. He made this so real in his mind that his body began responding as if it was already true. His posture changed. His energy changed. His confidence changed. Within a month, James started taking small actions toward his business that he'd been too afraid to take before. Within 3 months, he'd launched his company while still working his day job. Within 6 months, his business income exceeded his salary, and he quit his job. Within a year, he'd built a 6-figure business and could barely remember the person he'd been just 12 months earlier. James didn't wait for circumstances to change him. He changed himself through visualization, and the circumstances rearranged themselves to match his new identity. The business success wasn't what transformed James. James transformed himself, and the business success was the natural result. This is what you're going to do tonight. You're going to meet and become the future you who already lives in the abundance you desire. But we're going to do this in a very specific way, using a technique that makes it feel absolutely real to your nervous system. We're not going to create some vague fantasy. We're going to build a detailed, sensory-rich, emotionally powerful experience that your brain accepts as memory, as lived experience, as truth. And when your brain accepts it as truth, it begins the process of making it physically true. Your thoughts shape your brain shapes your behavior, and your behavior shapes your reality. This is the chain of creation, and it starts with thought, with vision, with the deliberate use of your imagination. As you relax now, feeling your body sinking deeper into comfort, I want you to understand something important about the you that you're about to become. This future abundant self isn't a different person. It's you, just you, who has released all the limitations, all the doubts, all the fears that have been holding you back. It's you operating at your full potential. It's you aligned with your true nature as a creator. It's you remembering what you forgot, that your infinite consciousness having a temporary human experience, and that infinite consciousness creates reality through thought, emotion, and expectation. This abundant self has always been there, waiting for you to recognize it, claim it, embody it. Tonight you stop being who you were and start being who you truly are. So let's begin this journey into your abundant future. I want you to imagine that you're standing before a doorway. This isn't an ordinary door. It's shimmering with golden light, pulsing with energy and possibility. On the other side of this door is the timeline where you're already abundant, already successful, already living the life you desire. Your future self is on the other side of this door, and they've been waiting for you to arrive, to step through, to join them in the reality they inhabit. Take a deep breath now, and as you exhale, see yourself stepping forward. Reach out your hand and place it on the door. It's warm to the touch, vibrating with energy. Feel the anticipation building in your chest. This is the moment everything changes. Push the door open and step through into your abundant future. As you step through the doorway, The first thing you notice is how different you feel. There's a lightness in your body, a sense of ease that you haven't felt in years, maybe ever. Your shoulders are relaxed. Your jaw is unclenched. There's no tightness in your stomach, no anxiety in your chest. You feel free. You feel powerful. You feel certain. This is what it feels like to live without financial stress, without money worries, without the constant underlying anxiety about making ends meet. Really feel this in your body right now. Let your shoulders drop. Let your breath deepen. Let your face relax into a gentle smile. This feeling of ease and confidence, this is your new normal in this abundant timeline. This is how you feel every single day as your abundant self. Now look around. Where are you? What does your life look like in this abundant timeline? Maybe you're in a beautiful home that reflects your success. Look at the details. What do you see? Notice the quality of the furniture, the art on the walls, the light coming through the windows. Run your hand along a piece of furniture and feel its texture. Is it smooth wood, soft leather, cool marble? Make it real with sensory detail. Walk through your space and notice everything. This isn't just any beautiful home. This is your home, the physical manifestation of your abundance. How does it feel to walk through this space, knowing it's yours? Feel the pride, the gratitude, the satisfaction. Let these emotions fill your chest as you explore your abundant environment. Now I want you to go to a mirror and look at your reflection, but you're seeing your abundant self looking back at you. How do you look different? Maybe you're standing taller, with more confidence in your posture. Maybe you're wearing different clothes that reflect your success. Maybe there's a different quality in your eyes, a knowing, a certainty, a power that wasn't there before. Look deeply into your own eyes in this mirror and see the person who has made it, who has broken through, who is living in abundance. This person looking back at you is you, not some fantasy version, not someone else, but you who has claimed your power and stepped into your potential. What would this version of you say to the current you? Listen, they're speaking to you now. You were always capable of this, you were always worthy of this, you just needed to remember, welcome home. Feel the truth of those words settling into your bones. You were always capable, you were always worthy. And now, standing here in your abundant future, looking at your abundant self, you know it without doubt. This isn't something you need to become. This is something you're remembering that you always were. Now step fully into this reflection. Merge with this abundant version of yourself. You're no longer observing from the outside. You are this person. You're looking out through their eyes, feeling with their emotions, thinking with their thoughts. This is you now. This is who you are. Take a moment to feel what it's like to inhabit this identity completely. How does abundance feel in your body? It feels like power, doesn't it? Not power over others, but power within yourself. It feels like freedom, like space, like possibility. It feels like you can breathe fully for the first time. Now let's move through a day in your abundant life. You wake up in the morning, in your beautiful bedroom. What's the first thing you notice? Maybe it's the quality of the sheets, soft and luxurious against your skin. Maybe it's sunlight streaming through elegant windows. Maybe it's the absence of that alarm clock you used to dread, because now you wake naturally, rested and excited for the day ahead. Feel yourself waking up as this abundant version of yourself. Stretch in your comfortable bed. Feel the deep satisfaction of knowing that you're financially secure, that money isn't a source of stress, but a tool for creating the life you want. As you get out of bed, notice the ease in your body, the spring in your step. You're not dragging yourself out of bed to face another day of struggle. You're rising with energy and enthusiasm to engage with a life you love. You get ready for your day, and even this routine feels different. Maybe you're choosing from a closet full of quality clothes that make you feel confident. Maybe you're in a bathroom that feels like a spa. Every detail of your morning reflects your abundance. Not in an ostentatious way, but in a way that honors yourself, that says, I'm worth this. I deserve beauty and quality and comfort in my life. As you prepare for the day, check in with your emotional state. How do you feel? Calm, confident, optimistic, excited about what the day will bring. There's no underlying anxiety, no financial worries clouding your mood. You feel solid, grounded, secure. This is your emotional set point now. This is your default state. Now imagine yourself engaging in whatever work brings you abundance. Maybe you're running your own successful business. Maybe you're in a high-level position doing work you love. Maybe you've created multiple income streams that give you freedom and flexibility. Whatever it is, see yourself doing this work. With excellence, with joy, with purpose. You're not working from desperation or obligation. You're working from inspiration and contribution. You're using your unique gifts to create value in the world, and the world is compensating you abundantly for that value. Feel what it's like to know that you're highly valued, that your work matters, that you're making a real difference while also making real money. There's no conflict between purpose and profit. You're doing both simultaneously, and it feels aligned, right, natural. Now imagine checking your bank account. See yourself looking at the screen, and there's that number, that amount, that makes you exhale with satisfaction and gratitude. Maybe it's more money than you've ever had. Maybe it's exactly what you need to feel secure. Maybe it's beyond what you even thought to ask for. Whatever the number is, it's there, real and solid. Feel what that does to your nervous system. Feel the relief, the excitement, the empowerment. You're not worried about bills. You're not stressed about unexpected expenses. You have more than enough. You have abundance. Let this feeling of financial security sink deep into your body. Let every cell register this truth. You are abundant. Money flows to you. You are wealthy. But abundance isn't just about money in the bank. Let's look at the other areas of your abundant life. Who are you with? Abundant people attract abundant relationships. Maybe you're surrounded by supportive, positive, successful people who inspire you and celebrate your wins. Maybe you have a partner who loves and respects you, someone you can be fully yourself with. Maybe you have friendships that are genuine and deep. See yourself laughing with these people, sharing joy, feeling connected and valued. Abundance in relationships means you're not settling, not tolerating people who drain you, not accepting less than you deserve. You're magnetic to people who match your elevated frequency. Feel the richness of being surrounded by people who see you, appreciate you, support you. What else is different in your abundant life? Maybe you have time freedom, the ability to choose how you spend your days instead of being trapped in obligations and shoulds. Maybe you travel, seeing the world, experiencing different cultures, expanding your perspective. Maybe you're generous, able to give to causes you care about, to help family and friends, to be a source of support for others. Maybe you're investing in yourself, taking courses, hiring mentors, attending events that help you grow. Whatever abundance means to you beyond just money, see yourself living that reality. Feel what it's like to have resources, not just financial resources, but time, energy, freedom, options. This is your life now. This is your reality now. Not someday, not in the distant future, but now in the abundant timeline you're inhabiting in this moment. Let me tell you about Maria, who used this exact visualization technique to completely transform her life. Maria was a nurse working long hours for modest pay, exhausted and burned out. She felt trapped, unable to see any way to change her circumstances. But she committed to this fourth ritual, spending every night for 30 days becoming her abundant future self. She imagined the version of her who had started a successful health coaching business, helping people while earning far more than she made as a nurse. She made it so real in her mind that her body began to believe it. She walked differently, she talked differently, she made decisions differently, and then reality began to shift. She met someone at a coffee shop who became her first coaching client, then another, then another. Within 3 months, she was coaching part-time while still nursing. Within 6 months, her coaching income exceeded her nursing salary. Within a year, she'd left her nursing job and was running a thriving 6-figure coaching practice. Maria didn't just visualize success as an observer. She became her successful self so completely that the external world had to match her internal state. This is what's happening for you right now as you inhabit this abundant version of yourself, as you feel what they feel and see what they see. Your brain is building new neural pathways. Your nervous system is conditioning itself to this new normal. Your subconscious is accepting this as your identity. You're not pretending to be abundant. You're not fantasizing about wealth. You're literally becoming the person who already lives in abundance. And when you become that person internally, the external manifestation is automatic, inevitable, guaranteed by the laws of quantum physics. You cannot maintain a high-frequency internal state without attracting high-frequency external circumstances. It's impossible. The universe is a perfect mirror. It reflects back exactly what you are, not what you wish to be or hope to be, but what you actually are in your consciousness, your emotions, your identity. So let's anchor this experience even deeper. I want you to choose a specific moment from your abundant life that feels particularly powerful, particularly real. Maybe it's the moment you received news of a major financial breakthrough. Maybe it's the moment you made a decision that changed everything. Maybe it's a quiet moment of deep satisfaction, sitting in your beautiful space, feeling completely at peace and grateful for your abundance. Choose one moment and make it crystal clear in your mind. See it, feel it, hear it, smell it, taste it. Engage all 5 senses to make this moment as vivid as possible. Where are you? What time of day is it? What's the temperature? What sounds do you hear? What do you see when you look around? What emotions are flowing through your body? Make this moment so real that if someone woke you right now and asked you to describe where you were, you would describe this abundant scene, not your current bedroom. This is the moment your brain will anchor. This is the experience it will store as memory. And here's the beautiful paradox. To your brain, this memory is just as real as any other memory you have. It will reference this memory when making future decisions. It will use this memory as evidence of who you are. It will build upon this memory to create more experiences that match it. You're not creating a fake memory. You're creating a real memory of a quantum timeline that already exists. You're choosing which timeline to align with, and by making it real in your mind and emotions, you're collapsing that possibility into your experienced reality. This is advanced quantum mechanics, but you don't need to understand the science for it to work. You just need to make it real, make it vivid, make it felt. Now, as your abundant self, I want you to send a message back to your current self, to the you who is lying in bed right now, listening to these words. What does your abundant future self want you to know? What wisdom, what encouragement, What guidance do they have for you? Listen closely. They're speaking to you now. Maybe they're saying, "It's all going to work out better than you can imagine." Trust the process. Keep showing up. Keep doing this work. I'm here waiting for you. And the journey from where you are to where I am is shorter than you think. Every night you do this ritual, you're closing the gap. You're becoming me. Soon there will be no separation. We will be one. Keep going. You're so close. Feel the love and support coming from your future self. Feel the absolute certainty in their voice. They're not hoping things will work out. They know they already have, because they're living it. And that certainty, that knowing, that unshakable confidence, transfer it to yourself right now. Absorb it. Own it. This isn't false confidence or bravado. This is the deep knowing that comes from having already succeeded in your mind, which is where all success must happen first, before it can happen in the physical world. Every person who has ever achieved anything significant achieved it first in their imagination, first in their vision, first in their mental rehearsal. The physical accomplishment was just the final step, the manifestation of what was already real internally. As you prepare to drift off to sleep now, I want you to maintain this identity. Don't switch back to being your old self. Stay as your abundant self. Fall asleep as the person who already has what you desire. Fall asleep in the feeling of financial security, success, freedom, and joy. Let this be the frequency you carry into your subconscious mind. Let this be the identity your subconscious works with all night long, finding ways to make it more real, finding paths to bring it into physical manifestation, aligning your thoughts and beliefs and behaviors with this abundant version of you. Your subconscious doesn't sleep. While your conscious mind rests, your subconscious is incredibly active, processing, integrating, problem-solving, creating. And whatever identity you give it as you fall asleep is what it works with. Tonight, you're giving it the identity of your abundant self. Tomorrow when you wake, you will be different. You'll think differently, feel differently, choose differently, because you're no longer the person who lacks. You're the person who has already received. David discovered this truth powerfully. He was struggling with debt and felt like a failure. But he started practicing this visualization every night, becoming the version of himself who was debt-free and financially successful. At first it felt like pretending, but after a week, something shifted. He started noticing opportunities he'd been blind to before. He started making better financial decisions without trying. He started acting like the successful person he was visualizing. Within a month, he'd increased his income. Within 3 months, he'd paid off a significant portion of his debt. Within 6 months, he was completely debt-free with savings. David didn't just imagine a different life. He became a different person, and that different person naturally created different results. This is your path forward. Every night you return to this abundant version of yourself. Every night you inhabit this identity more fully. Every night you make it more real, more familiar, more natural. And day by day, the gap between your current reality and your abundant reality closes. The bridge builds itself. The path reveals itself. The opportunities appear. The money flows. The success manifests. Not because you're trying to force it, but because you've become the frequency that naturally attracts it. You're not chasing abundance. You are abundance. And abundance recognizes itself and moves toward itself. You're a magnet that's been activated, and prosperity is the iron filing that cannot help but be drawn to you. So rest now in this abundant identity. Let your body fully relax, knowing that you're safe, supported, prosperous, and powerful. Let your mind quiet, trusting that your subconscious is working for you, creating neural pathways of success, conditioning your nervous system to abundance, aligning every aspect of your being with prosperity. You are no longer who you were when you began this journey 4 nights ago. You have dissolved limiting beliefs, mastered emotional alchemy, activated expansive gratitude, and now embodied your abundant self. You are transforming at the deepest levels, and the evidence of this transformation will soon be undeniable in your external reality. But the real transformation has already happened here, now in this moment in your consciousness. You are abundant. You are successful. You are worthy. You are powerful. This is not what you're becoming. This is what you are. Sleep now as this truth, and wake tomorrow living it more fully than ever before. Good night, abundant one. Your magnificent life is already here. Chapter 6. Ritual 5. The Decree of Quantum Reality. Welcome to the 5th night of your transformation, and tonight you're going to discover perhaps the most ancient and most powerful tool for manifestation that has ever existed. Long before there were books or written languages, before there were rituals or ceremonies, there was sound. There was the spoken word, and every spiritual tradition throughout human history has recognized that words are not just communication tools. They are creative forces. In the beginning was the Word, says the Christian Bible. Om is the primordial sound from which all creation emerged, says the Hindu tradition. The indigenous peoples of every continent understood that words carry power, that what you speak becomes what you experience, that your declarations shape reality itself. Tonight, you're going to learn how to use words, not as descriptions of reality, but as commands to the quantum field, as decrees that literally reorganize matter and energy to match your declaration. Tonight, you're going to speak your abundance into existence. Here's what most people don't understand about the words they use every single day. You're not just reporting on reality when you speak. You're creating reality. Every word you say carries a frequency, a vibration that ripples out into the quantum field. When you say, "I can't afford that," you're not just stating a fact. You're issuing a command to your subconscious mind and the universe that says, "Keep me in a state where I cannot afford things." When you say, "I'm broke," you're not describing a temporary financial situation. You're declaring an identity, and the universe responds by finding ways to prove that identity true. Your words are not passive. They're active. They're creative. They're powerful beyond measure. And most people use this power unconsciously, speaking limitation and lack into existence, while wondering why abundance eludes them. The quantum field, that invisible ocean of infinite potential that makes up 999.9% of reality, responds to frequency. It responds to vibration. And words, when spoken with emotion and conviction, are among the most powerful vibrations you can emit. Think about it. When someone speaks words of love to you, you feel it in your body, don't you? Your heart opens. Warmth spreads through your chest. Your entire physiology changes. When someone speaks words of criticism or anger, you feel that too. Your body contracts. Tension builds. Your whole system goes into defense mode. Words aren't just sounds. They're energy packets that create immediate physical and emotional effects. And if words have that much power in interpersonal communication, imagine how much power they have when directed at the quantum field itself, when used as conscious commands to reshape reality. Let me tell you about Robert. He was a talented architect who consistently struggled financially despite his skills and hard work. When we looked at his language patterns, the problem became instantly clear. Robert constantly said things like, "I never have enough money. It's always a struggle. Rich clients never choose me. I can't catch a break." He thought he was just being honest about his situation, just venting his frustration. But what he was actually doing was issuing constant decrees of limitation. He was commanding his reality to remain stuck. His words were programming his subconscious mind to filter out opportunities and focus on problems. And his words were sending a clear frequency to the quantum field. More struggle, more lack, more limitation. The universe was perfectly responding to his declarations by giving him exactly what he was declaring. When Robert learned about the power of decrees, everything changed. He began to consciously change his language. Instead of, "I never have enough money," he started declaring, "Money flows to me from multiple sources." Instead of, "It's always a struggle," he declared, "Everything is working out for me." Instead of, "Rich clients never choose me," he declared, "I attract ideal clients who value my work and pay premium fees." At first, these declarations felt like lies. His circumstances hadn't changed yet. But Robert understood that he wasn't lying. He was commanding. He was issuing new instructions to the quantum field, and within weeks, things started shifting. He got a referral that led to his biggest project ever. He raised his rates and clients agreed without hesitation. Within 6 months, Robert had tripled his income. The only thing that changed was his language, his declarations, his commands to reality, and reality obeyed. This is the power you're going to claim tonight. You're going to learn how to use decrees, not as hopeful affirmations that you kind of believe, but as absolute commands that you issue with the authority of someone who knows they're a creator. Because that's what you are. You're not a passive recipient of circumstances. You're an active creator using consciousness to shape matter. And one of the primary tools of consciousness is language, spoken declarations that carry intention, emotion, and expectation. When you combine the right words with elevated emotion and unwavering certainty, you create an irresistible force in the quantum field. You're not asking, you're not hoping, you're not wishing, you're decreeing, you're commanding, you're declaring what is, even before the physical evidence appears. Now there's a crucial difference between traditional affirmations and quantum decrees, and understanding this difference is what makes this 5th ritual so powerful. Most affirmations are structured as "I am" statements that your subconscious mind immediately rejects if they don't match your current reality. If you're broke and you say, "I am wealthy," your subconscious says, "No, you're not, liar," and it creates internal resistance. Your rational mind knows you're not wealthy, so the affirmation creates cognitive dissonance, a split between what you're saying and what you believe, and that split actually weakens your creative power rather than strengthening it. This is why so many people find affirmations ineffective. They're fighting against their own disbelief. But quantum decrees are structured differently. They acknowledge the creative process. They speak to the field of all possibilities. They declare what is already true in the quantum realm, even if it hasn't materialized yet in the physical realm. A decree doesn't say, "I am wealthy," when you're not. A decree says, "Wealth is flowing to me now from expected and unexpected sources. I am magnetic to money. Abundance is my natural state, and I'm returning to it now." Do you feel the difference? The decree doesn't create resistance because it's not claiming something that's obviously false. It's declaring a process that's already underway, a truth that exists in potential that you're now calling into manifestation. Your subconscious can accept this. Your rational mind doesn't fight it, and the quantum field responds to it because you're speaking its language, the language of potential becoming actual. There's also a specific structure to powerful decrees that makes them exponentially more effective. First, they're stated in present tense, not future tense. You don't say, "I will be abundant." That keeps abundance perpetually in the future, always out of reach. You say, "I am becoming more abundant every day." That places the process in the now, which is where all creative power exists. Second, powerful decrees include emotion words and sensory details. Instead of just, "Money comes to me," you say, "Money flows to me easily and joyfully, and I feel grateful and excited as I receive it." The emotion and feeling activate your body's electromagnetic field, which amplifies the signal you're sending. Third, effective decrees include the mechanism or acknowledge the source. The universe is conspiring in my favor. Infinite intelligence is guiding me to perfect opportunities. Divine abundance flows through me. This connects your declaration to something larger than your individual ego, which removes doubt and limitation. Let me share what happened with Jennifer when she mastered the art of decrees. Jennifer was drowning in debt and felt completely hopeless about her financial situation. She had tried affirmations before with no results. But when she learned to create quantum decrees and speak them with authority and emotion, everything shifted. Every morning and every night before sleep, Jennifer would stand in front of her mirror, place her hand on her heart, and declare with absolute conviction, "I am a powerful creator, and money flows to me now. The universe is rearranging circumstances in my favor. Unexpected income is finding its way to me from sources I cannot yet see. I am magnetic to abundance and opportunity. Every day in every way I am becoming wealthier. I decree this. I claim this. I accept this." And so it is. At first, Jennifer felt silly talking to herself this way, but she committed to doing it for 30 days regardless of how she felt. And something remarkable happened. By the end of the first week, she noticed her thoughts about money had changed. She felt more hopeful, more open, more expectant. By the end of the second week, small amounts of money started appearing. A refund she'd forgotten about. A small freelance gig. $20 she found in an old coat. By the end of the month, she'd received a job offer with a significant salary increase. Within 3 months, she'd paid off half her debt. Within 6 months, she was completely debt-free and had started saving money for the first time in her adult life. Jennifer's decrees didn't just make her feel better. They literally reorganized her reality. The words she spoke with conviction became the life she lived. As you relax now into this ritual, feeling your body becoming heavier and more comfortable with each breath, I want you to understand the science behind why decrees work so powerfully. When you speak words, especially when you speak them with emotion, multiple things happen simultaneously. First, you hear your own voice declaring these truths, and your auditory cortex processes this as important information. Hearing yourself speak carries more weight with your subconscious than just thinking thoughts silently. Second, if you speak the decrees out loud, or even mouth them silently, your motor cortex activates, involving your body in the declaration, making it more real to your nervous system. Third, when you add emotion to your words, your heart generates a powerful electromagnetic field that broadcasts your decree into the space around you. The HeartMath Institute has measured this field, extending several feet beyond your body, and it becomes coherent and powerful when you speak with genuine feeling. Fourth, Your words literally vibrate the air, creating sound waves that carry frequency and information into your environment. You're not just thinking about abundance. You're vibrating it into the physical world. But perhaps most importantly, your words shape your brain. Neuroscience has proven that the language you use literally changes your neural pathways. When you repeatedly speak decrees of abundance, prosperity, and success, you strengthen the neural networks associated with those concepts. You make it easier for your brain to notice opportunities, to think abundant thoughts, to feel prosperous emotions. Your brain becomes wired for wealth. And when your brain is wired for wealth, creating wealth becomes natural, almost automatic. You start seeing possibilities where you saw obstacles before. You start taking actions that align with abundance rather than scarcity. You become the person who naturally attracts and creates prosperity. Tonight, you're going to receive a series of powerful decrees specifically designed to reprogram your financial reality. These aren't just nice words. These are quantum commands, carefully crafted to speak directly to your subconscious mind and the quantum field simultaneously. As you hear these decrees, I want you to repeat them silently in your mind, or if you're able, speak them quietly out loud. Most importantly, feel them. Don't just recite words. Embody them, believe them, let them resonate in your chest, let them vibrate in your bones. The more emotion and conviction you bring to these decrees, the more powerful they become. You're not hoping these things are true. You're declaring them into existence. You're commanding reality to match your words. You're exercising your power as a conscious creator. Let's begin. Take a deep breath, place your hand on your heart if you're able, and receive these decrees as absolute truth. I am abundant by nature because I am one with the infinite abundance of the universe. This is not something I need to achieve or earn. This is what I am at the fundamental level of my being. Money flows to me easily and naturally from multiple sources, expected and unexpected. I am a clear channel for prosperity. The universe is conspiring in my favor, orchestrating circumstances, synchronicities, and opportunities that support my financial success. I am magnetic to wealth. My thoughts, feelings, and actions are aligned with abundance, and abundance flows to me as naturally as water flows downhill. I release all resistance to receiving. I release all beliefs in limitation and lack. I now claim my birthright of prosperity. I am worthy of wealth, not because of what I do, but because of what I am. I am consciousness itself, and consciousness creates reality. I am creating financial abundance now. Every day in every way I am becoming wealthier. My income is increasing. My opportunities are expanding. My financial intelligence is growing. I make wise decisions that multiply my prosperity. I see possibilities where others see problems. I take inspired action that leads to abundant results. Money loves me, and I love money. We have a healthy, positive relationship. Money is my friend, my tool, my ally in creating the life I desire and serving the people I'm here to serve. I attract money through doing what I love. My passion and my prosperity are aligned. The work I do brings me joy and brings me wealth simultaneously. I am compensated abundantly for sharing my unique gifts with the world. The more value I create, the more wealth I receive. And I am creating tremendous value. I am making a real difference, and the universe is rewarding me financially for that difference. I am safe and supported in my financial growth. As I expand into greater abundance, I am protected and guided. The universe provides everything I need exactly when I need it. I trust the timing of my prosperity. I trust the path of my abundance. I trust that infinite intelligence knows the perfect way to bring me the wealth I desire, and I am open to receiving it in whatever form it comes. I release the need to control how my abundance manifests. I release anxiety about the future. I release worry about money. I now rest in the certainty that I am taken care of, that I am abundant, that I am wealthy in ways I can see and ways I cannot yet see. My wealth is assured. My prosperity is guaranteed. My financial breakthrough is not a question of if, but when, and that when is now. The abundance I seek is seeking me. We are moving toward each other, and our meeting is inevitable. I declare that this month is my best financial month ever. I declare that this year is my breakthrough year. I declare that unexpected income is coming to me now. I declare that the perfect opportunities are presenting themselves to me now. I declare that I am in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing with the right people. I declare that financial miracles are normal for me. I declare that abundance is my natural state. I declare that I am wealthy, prosperous, successful, and free. I speak this into existence. I claim this as my reality. I accept this as my truth. And so it is. And so it is. And so it is. Feel the power of these declarations resonating in your body. These aren't just words you heard. These are truths you've spoken into your being. These are commands you've issued to the quantum field. And the quantum field is already responding, already rearranging, already bringing you the circumstances that match these decrees. You've just reprogrammed your reality at the most fundamental level. Now, as you drift toward sleep, I want you to choose one decree, one statement that resonates most powerfully with you, and repeat it silently in your mind as you fall asleep. Maybe it's, money flows to me easily and naturally. Maybe it's, I am magnetic to wealth. Maybe it's, abundance is my natural state. Choose the one that feels most powerful, most true, most exciting to you, and make it the last conscious thought you have before sleep. Let this decree be the frequency you carry into your subconscious mind, the instruction your subconscious works with all night long. Let me tell you about Michael, who used a single decree to transform his entire financial reality. Michael was struggling to grow his business and felt stuck at the same income level for years. He chose the decree, I am magnetic to perfect opportunities and abundant income, and committed to repeating it dozens of times throughout each day, especially as he fell asleep each night. Within 2 weeks, he met someone at a coffee shop who became his biggest client. Within a month, he had 3 new contracts that doubled his income. Within 3 months, he had hired his first employee because business was growing so fast. Within a year, he'd created a 6-figure business from what had been a struggling side hustle. One decree, repeated with conviction and emotion, had reprogrammed his entire reality. The words he spoke consistently became the life he lived inevitably. This is your power. This is your opportunity. You're not at the mercy of circumstances. You're not waiting for permission from the universe to be abundant. You are issuing commands to reality itself, and reality must obey because you are consciousness, and consciousness is what creates and shapes reality. Your words are not descriptions. Your words are prescriptions. They don't report what is. They command what will be. And when you speak with authority, with emotion, with certainty, the quantum field has no choice but to respond. This isn't arrogance. This is understanding your true nature as a creator. This is claiming your power. This is stepping into your role as the conscious architect of your life. as you prepare now to drift into deep, restful sleep, I want you to feel the shift that's already happened inside you. You've spent 5 nights dissolving limitations, generating elevated emotions, activating gratitude, embodying your abundant self, and now speaking your prosperity into existence. You are not the same person you were 5 days ago. Your consciousness has expanded. Your frequency has elevated. Your beliefs have transformed. Your identity has shifted. And your reality is catching up. The evidence is coming. The manifestations are forming. The money is moving toward you, even now as you rest. Opportunities are being arranged. Synchronicities are being orchestrated. The universe is responding to the new you, the abundant you, the powerful you, who has claimed their prosperity through the words they speak. Tomorrow when you wake, I want you to continue this practice of conscious decrees. Before you check your phone, before you start your day, speak your decree. Declare your abundance. Command your reality. Make it a non-negotiable part of your morning and evening routine. Speak your decrees in the mirror where you can see your own eyes and know you mean what you say. Speak them with your hand on your heart to activate your electromagnetic field. Speak them out loud when you can, because your voice vibrating in the air carries tremendous power. Speak them silently when you must, but always speak them with emotion, with conviction, with absolute certainty. You're not hoping they're true. You're not wishing they might come to pass. You're declaring them as already done in the quantum realm, already true in the realm of infinite potential, already manifesting in your physical reality. And watch what happens. Watch how people start treating you differently, responding to the new energy you're carrying. Watch how opportunities begin appearing from unexpected sources. Watch how solutions present themselves to problems that seemed unsolvable. Watch how money starts flowing in ways you couldn't have predicted or planned. This isn't luck. This isn't coincidence. This is the natural result of aligning your words, your emotions, your beliefs, and your expectations with abundance. This is quantum physics in action. This is consciousness creating reality through the vehicle of language, the power of the spoken word, the authority of the decree. Remember, the universe is not outside you, judging whether you deserve abundance. The universe is responding to you, matching your frequency, mirroring back what you embody and declare. When you speak words of lack, you get more lack. When you speak words of limitation, you get more limitation. But when you speak words of abundance, prosperity, wealth, and success, with genuine emotion and unshakable conviction, you get abundance, prosperity, wealth, and success. It's law. It's physics. It's how reality works at the quantum level. You're not manipulating the universe. You're not trying to trick reality. You're simply using the creative mechanisms that have always been available to you, the power of consciousness expressed through language to shape matter and experience. So rest now in the certainty of your spoken decrees. Let them echo through your subconscious mind as you sleep. Let them reprogram every limiting belief that remains. Let them activate dormant potential. Let them open closed doors. Let them attract perfect opportunities. Let them magnetize wealth. Your words are working for you even as you rest. Your decrees are rippling through the quantum field even as you dream. You have issued your commands. The universe is responding. Your abundant reality is forming. All is well. All is unfolding perfectly. You are abundant. You are prosperous. You are wealthy. You have spoken it. You have decreed it. You have claimed it. And so it is. Sleep now in the power of your word, and wake tomorrow speaking abundance into existence. Once again, good night, powerful creator. Your words are creating your world. Chapter 7. Ritual 6. The Magnetic Surrender to Universal Flow. Welcome to the 6th night of your transformation, and tonight we arrive at what might be the most paradoxical and profound ritual of all. After 5 nights of actively creating, visualizing, feeling, and commanding your abundance into existence, tonight you're going to learn the art of letting go. Tonight you discover that the final key to manifestation isn't more effort, more force, or more control. It's surrender. But this isn't the surrender of defeat or resignation. This is magnetic surrender, the conscious choice to release your grip on outcomes and trust the infinite intelligence of the universe to deliver your desires in ways far better than you could orchestrate yourself. Tonight you learn that sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is nothing at all except trust, allow, and receive. Here's the paradox that trips up so many people on the path to abundance. You must desire clearly, visualize vividly, feel deeply, and declare powerfully. All of that is true and necessary, but then you must release your attachment to exactly how and when your desire manifests. You must let go of the desperate need for it to happen. You must stop checking constantly to see if it's arrived yet. You must cease the anxious controlling and manipulating of circumstances. Because here's what most people don't understand. Attachment and desperation are frequencies of lack. When you're desperately attached to an outcome, when you're constantly worried about whether it will manifest, when you're trying to force and control every detail, you're actually broadcasting the signal that you don't have it, that you're afraid you won't get it, that you're operating from scarcity. And that frequency of desperate attachment repels the very thing you're trying to attract. Think about human relationships for a moment. When you meet someone who's desperate for your approval, who needs you to like them, who's trying too hard to impress you, how does that feel? It's repelling, isn't it? Their neediness pushes you away. But when you meet someone who's comfortable in themselves, who would enjoy your company but doesn't need it, who has their own sense of wholeness and abundance, that's magnetic. That's attractive. You want to be around that energy. The same principle applies to manifesting abundance. When you're desperately attached to money showing up, when you need it to arrive to feel okay, when you're anxiously checking and controlling, you push it away. But when you desire abundance, work toward it, and then release attachment to exactly how and when it arrives, trusting that it's already yours in the quantum field and will manifest in perfect timing. You become magnetic. You draw it to you effortlessly. Let me share the story of Catherine, a talented coach who was working incredibly hard to build her business, but barely making ends meet. Catherine was doing all the right things, technically. She was marketing consistently, reaching out to potential clients, creating valuable content. But energetically, she was strangling her business with desperate attachment. Every time she sent a proposal, she would obsessively check her email, waiting for a response. Every potential client meeting, she would try to control every word, every moment, terrified of losing the opportunity. Every month when bills came due, she would spiral into anxiety about whether she'd have enough. This desperate energy was palpable, and potential clients could feel it. They sensed her neediness, and it made them uncomfortable. Despite all her effort, Catherine was barely surviving financially. Then Catherine learned about magnetic surrender. She continued doing all the practical work of running her business, but she released her desperate attachment to outcomes. After sending a proposal, instead of anxiously checking email every 5 minutes, She would say, "This is in the universe's hands now. If this client is meant for me, they'll say yes. If not, there's someone better coming." After client meetings, instead of replaying every word and worrying about whether she said the right things, she would trust that the right people would be attracted to her authentic self. When bills came due, instead of panicking, she would remind herself, "I am always supported. The money I need always arrives in perfect timing." This shift in energy changed everything. Within a month, Catherine signed her first high-ticket client. Within 3 months, she had a waiting list. Within 6 months, she'd tripled her previous annual income. The external actions hadn't changed. Her internal state of surrender and trust had changed, and that change transformed her magnetic field. This is what you're learning tonight: how to hold your desire powerfully while releasing desperate attachment. How to work toward your goals actively while trusting the universe to orchestrate details you cannot control. How to know what you want clearly while remaining open to something even better. How to be in the creative process without strangling it with anxiety and control. This is advanced consciousness work, but you're ready for it. You've built the foundation over the past 5 nights. Now you're learning the art of allowing your manifestations to come to you, rather than chasing them down. The quantum field operates according to principles that our linear, controlling minds often struggle to accept. One of those principles is that the universe has access to infinite pathways, possibilities, and potentials that we cannot see from our limited perspective. When you insist on your abundance manifesting in a specific way, through a specific source, at a specific time, you're limiting the quantum field to just the pathways you can imagine. But when you surrender the how and when, while remaining clear on the what and why, you open yourself to pathways you couldn't have conceived. The universe can surprise you with opportunities far better than what you planned. Synchronicities can align in ways that seem miraculous. Money can come from sources you never expected, but only if you're not too attached to your limited vision of how it should happen. Here's another crucial understanding about surrender. Letting go doesn't mean giving up. It doesn't mean you stop taking action or resign yourself to whatever happens. Magnetic surrender is active, not passive. You continue to show up, do the work, take inspired action, and follow the intuitive nudges. But you do it from a state of trust rather than fear, from knowing rather than hoping, from abundance rather than lack. You work as if everything depends on you, and you trust as if everything depends on the universe. Both are true simultaneously. This is the dance of co-creation. You do your part with excellence and commitment. The universe does its part with infinite intelligence and perfect timing, and you learn to distinguish between your part and the universe's part, to release the need to control what isn't yours to control. Marcus experienced this distinction powerfully. He wanted to expand his business and had a very specific plan for how it would happen. He would get a bank loan, hire 3 employees, lease larger office space, and grow systematically over 2 years. He worked tirelessly on this plan, but nothing seemed to open up. The banks rejected his loan applications. The timing never felt right for hiring. The perfect office space never appeared. Marcus was frustrated and exhausted, feeling like he was pushing a boulder uphill. Then he learned about surrender. He decided to release his attachment to his specific plan while staying committed to his vision of expansion. He said to the universe, "I want to grow my business and serve more people. I trust you to show me the perfect path. I release my limited ideas about how this must happen. Show me the way." Within 2 weeks of this surrender, Marcus received a call from a former colleague who proposed a partnership. This colleague had resources, connections, and complementary skills. Together they could grow much faster than Marcus could alone. This partnership possibility had never been on Marcus's radar. It wasn't part of his plan. But when he stopped trying to control exactly how expansion would happen and surrendered to the universe's intelligence, a better path appeared. Within 6 months, their partnership had tripled what Marcus's business had been doing. Within a year, they'd expanded to multiple cities. Marcus's vision of growth had manifested, but through a pathway infinitely better than his limited plan. The surrender hadn't made him passive. It had made him receptive to opportunities his controlling mind couldn't have imagined. As you relax now into this 6th ritual, feeling your body becoming softer and more peaceful with each breath, I want you to check in with your relationship to control. Where in your financial life are you trying to force outcomes? Where are you gripping too tightly? Where are you operating from fear that if you don't make it happen, it won't happen? Where are you attached to specific timelines, specific sources, specific pathways? Just notice, without judgment. This controlling energy is natural. It comes from the part of you that's afraid, that doesn't trust, that believes you're alone in this and must do everything yourself. But that belief is an illusion. You're not alone. You're not separate. You're not the one making everything happen through sheer force of will. You're part of an intelligent, abundant, supportive universe that's always conspiring in your favor, always working to bring you what you desire and more, always orchestrating circumstances in ways you cannot see. The invitation tonight is to consciously choose to release your grip, not to stop caring about your desires, not to give up on your goals, but to hold them with an open hand rather than a clenched fist, to say yes to your abundance while releasing attachment to the exact form it takes, to work diligently while trusting the outcome, to plan wisely while remaining flexible, to know what you want while staying open to something better. This is the middle way between passive resignation and anxious control. This is magnetic surrender, and it's one of the most powerful frequencies you can embody. Let me explain the energetic reason why surrender is so magnetic. When you're in desperate attachment, your energy is contracted, tight, clenched. You're literally creating energetic constriction that blocks flow. Think of your energy field as a garden hose. When you pinch the hose with anxiety and control, the water can't flow through freely. But when you release the pinch, when you open and relax, the water flows powerfully. The same is true with the flow of abundance. Your desperation and control are pinching off the flow. Your surrender and trust open the channel completely. This is why some people seem to attract money and opportunities effortlessly. They're not working harder or wanting it more. They're allowing more. They're in a state of relaxed openness rather than desperate grasping. They're magnetically receptive rather than repellently needy. Sarah discovered this when she stopped micromanaging every aspect of her job search. She'd been applying to dozens of positions, agonizing over every word of her resume, obsessively checking application statuses, and getting increasingly desperate with each rejection. This energy of desperation was actually working against her. When she did get interviews, her neediness came across and employers could sense it. After learning about magnetic surrender, Sarah shifted her approach. She still applied to positions, but then she would release attachment to the outcome. She would say, if this job is meant for me, it will happen. If not, there's something better. She stopped checking application statuses compulsively. She trusted that the right opportunity would find her. This shift in energy made her more confident in interviews, more authentic in conversations, more magnetic to employers. Within 3 weeks, she had 2 job offers, both better than anything she'd applied for previously. One came through a referral she hadn't pursued. The other came from a company that reached out to her after seeing her profile. The opportunities came to her when she stopped chasing them desperately. Here's another dimension of surrender that's crucial to understand. Surrender includes surrendering your timeline. This might be the hardest part for most people because we live in a culture of immediate gratification. We want what we want, and we want it now. We get frustrated when manifestations don't appear on our preferred schedule. We doubt the process when things don't happen as fast as we think they should. But the universe operates on divine timing, not your ego's timeline. Everything happens exactly when it's meant to happen, not a moment sooner or later. Sometimes there are things that need to fall into place. Lessons you need to learn, people you need to meet, circumstances that need to align before your desire can manifest in the highest way possible. Your job is to trust this timing rather than resist it. I know this can be frustrating, especially when you have bills due and challenges pressing. But consider this. Would you rather have what you want right now, in a limited way that matches your current consciousness? Or would you rather wait a bit longer and receive it in an expanded way that exceeds your expectations? Often the universe is not withholding your good. It's preparing you for something bigger. It's developing you into the person who can handle and maintain the level of abundance you're calling in. It's orchestrating synchronicities and opportunities that will blow your mind if you don't sabotage the process by giving up too soon because it's not happening on your timeline. Surrender your timeline. Trust divine timing. Know that everything is unfolding perfectly even when you can't see the whole picture yet. David experienced this lesson profoundly. He wanted to start a specific business and felt ready to launch immediately. He had the skills, the passion, the plan, but every time he tried to push forward, doors closed. He couldn't find investors. The right partners didn't appear. Circumstances kept blocking his path. David was frustrated and couldn't understand why the universe seemed to be working against him when he was trying to pursue his purpose. Finally, in exhaustion, he surrendered. He said, "Okay, universe, I release this. If it's meant to happen, show me when and how. I trust your timing." The moment he truly let go, things began shifting, but not in the way he expected. A completely different opportunity appeared that he'd never considered. At first, David almost dismissed it because it wasn't his plan. But something told him to explore it. That unexpected opportunity led to a business that became far more successful than what he'd originally envisioned. Looking back, David realized the universe had been blocking his initial path, not to punish him, but to redirect him toward something better. But he couldn't see it until he surrendered his attachment to his specific plan and timeline. As you drift deeper into relaxation now, I want you to practice surrender in this moment. Take a deep breath, and as you exhale, imagine releasing all the tension, all the anxiety, all the desperate grasping about your financial situation. Just let it go. Feel your body softening, your grip loosening, your energy opening. You've been working so hard, trying so much, pushing and striving and controlling. What if you could just rest for a moment in trust? What if you could take a break from the constant effort and just allow yourself to be held by the universe? You are supported. You are safe. You are taken care of. Everything you need is coming to you in perfect timing, through perfect pathways. You don't have to figure it all out. You don't have to make it all happen. You don't have to control every detail. You can exhale. You can trust. You can surrender. This doesn't mean you stop taking action. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll continue showing up for your life, doing the work, following through on commitments. But you'll do it from a different energy. You'll move from inspiration rather than desperation. You'll act from trust rather than fear. You'll work from abundance consciousness rather than lack consciousness. And this shift in your underlying energy will make your actions infinitely more effective. You'll be guided to the right actions at the right time. You'll be in the flow rather than swimming against the current. Things will feel easier, lighter, more joyful. Doors will open that were previously closed. Opportunities will appear that you weren't straining to create. Money will flow from unexpected sources. This is what happens when you combine committed action with magnetic surrender. Let me share the most powerful surrender statement you can use. This statement acknowledges your desire while releasing attachment to the outcome. It declares your trust while staying open to something better. Here it is. This or something better is manifesting for me now in perfect timing for the highest good of all. I release this to the universe with complete trust and faith. And so it is. Feel the power of this statement. You're not saying, I don't care what happens. You're saying, I know what I want, and I'm open to receiving it, or something even better in whatever way the universe knows is perfect. This statement keeps you in active creation while releasing desperate control. Practice saying this about your financial desires, about your goals and dreams, about specific opportunities you're pursuing. State your intention clearly, then add this or something better is manifesting for me now in perfect timing. I release this with trust, and so it is. When Jennifer adopted this practice, everything changed. She'd been desperately trying to manifest a specific amount of money by a specific date for a specific purpose. The desperation was blocking the flow. When she said this amount or something better is coming to me in perfect timing for my highest good, I release this with trust. She felt immediate relief in her body. The anxiety dissolved, and within days, money started flowing. Not always in the amounts or timing she'd specified, but always perfectly meeting her needs. Sometimes the money came exactly when a bill was due, arriving literally at the last moment. At first, this timing made her nervous, but she learned to trust it. She learned that the universe wasn't cutting it close to stress her out. It was showing her that she could relax the control and trust that she'd always be supported. Over time, as Jennifer deepened into surrender, the money began flowing more and more easily, from more and more sources, in greater and greater amounts. The surrender didn't decrease her abundance, it multiplied it. Tonight, as you prepare to fall asleep, I want you to practice active surrender. Think about your biggest financial concern right now, the thing you've been trying to control, worrying about, forcing, pushing. Maybe it's a specific bill you're stressed about. Maybe it's a debt you're trying to pay off. Maybe it's an income level you're striving to reach. Maybe it's an opportunity you're afraid of losing. Whatever it is, bring it to mind clearly. And now, with conscious intention, release it to the universe. Say either out loud or silently, I release this to infinite intelligence. I trust that the universe knows the perfect way to resolve this for my highest good. I surrender my need to control the how and when. I open myself to receiving the perfect solution in perfect timing. I let go, I trust, I allow, and so it is. Feel the weight lifting off your shoulders as you speak these words. Feel the tension draining from your body. Feel the peace that comes from truly letting go. This is not giving up. This is waking up to the truth that you're not in this alone, that you don't have to do it all yourself, that there's an infinite intelligence supporting you that's far wiser than your limited human mind. You can rest in this support. You can relax into this trust. You can surrender into this flow. And from this place of surrender, miracles happen. Solutions appear. Money flows. Opportunities arise. Not because you made them happen, but because you allowed them to happen by getting your desperate control out of the way. This surrender practice isn't just for tonight. This becomes your new way of being. Every time you notice yourself gripping tightly, trying to control, falling into anxiety about how things will work out, you pause. You breathe. You remember that you're part of an intelligent, abundant universe that's always working on your behalf. You release the specific outcome. You surrender the timeline. You open your hands and your heart. You say, "I trust you, universe. Show me the way. I'm listening. I'm following. I'm allowing." And then you pay attention to the guidance that comes, the intuitive nudges, the synchronicities, the unexpected opportunities, the doors opening. This is the universe responding to your surrender by showing you the path forward, one step at a time. Robert learned to recognize these guidances through surrender practice. Before, he was so busy controlling and planning that he missed the subtle signs and opportunities the universe was presenting. But when he practiced surrender, when he created space by releasing his grip, he became sensitive to the flow. He would meet someone randomly who mentioned something that sparked an idea. He would see an article that provided the exact information he needed. He would get a random intuition to call someone, and that call would lead to an important opportunity. These weren't coincidences. These were the universe's way of guiding him, once he stopped drowning out the guidance with his anxious controlling. Surrender made him receptive to the intelligence that was always trying to help him, but which he'd been too busy forcing and controlling to hear. As you drift now into sleep, let surrender be your state. Let go of all the concerns you've been carrying. Release them one by one into the care of the universe. Your financial worries, released. Your doubts about timing, released. Your fear that it won't work out, released. Your need to know the how, released. Your attachment to specific outcomes, released. Feel yourself becoming lighter with each release until you feel almost weightless, floating in a sea of trust. You are held. You are supported. You are loved. The universe is caring for you right now, even as you sleep, arranging circumstances, opening doors, bringing opportunities, orchestrating synchronicities, guiding you to your highest good. Your only job is to trust, to allow, to receive. Everything else is being handled. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll notice something different. There's a lightness in your energy, a peace in your heart, a knowing in your soul. You've stopped trying to force and control life. You've started flowing with life. And paradoxically, by letting go of desperate control, you've claimed your true power, the power to co-create with the universe, rather than struggling against it. This is magnetic surrender. This is the flow state. This is where miracles become normal and abundance becomes effortless. Rest now in this surrender. Sleep in this trust. And wake tomorrow ready to dance with the universe, taking inspired action while releasing desperate attachment, working with clarity while trusting the outcome, moving forward with commitment while staying open to something better. You are surrendered. You are trusting. You are magnetic. and your abundance is flowing to you now. Sleep well, beloved one. The universe has you. All is well, and so it is. Chapter 8. Ritual 7. The Inspired Action of the Prosperous Warrior. Welcome to the 7th and final night of your transformation, and tonight we bring everything together in the ultimate ritual that completes the circle of manifestation. You've dissolved limiting beliefs, mastered your emotional frequency, activated gratitude, embodied your abundant self, spoken your reality into existence, and surrendered to universal flow. Tonight you discover the final piece that transforms all that internal work into tangible, external results. Tonight you learn the art of inspired action, how to move in the world as a prosperous warrior who takes powerful, aligned steps while remaining in the flow state you've cultivated. Tonight you become the person who doesn't just visualize and meditate their way to abundance, but who also shows up in the physical world with clarity, courage, and commitment to make their vision real. Here's the truth that completes the manifestation process. Consciousness creates reality, but consciousness expresses itself through action. You can have the clearest vision, the highest vibration, the most powerful beliefs, and the deepest surrender. But if you don't take action in the physical world, your abundance remains in the realm of potential. The quantum field responds to the combination of your internal state and your external movement. It's not enough to just be abundant internally. You must also act like an abundant person in your daily choices, behaviors, and decisions. Your actions are the bridge between the invisible realm of consciousness and the visible realm of physical manifestation. You are the instrument through which your abundance comes into form, and that requires you to move, to do, to engage with the world from your elevated state. But here's where most people go wrong. They take what I call forced action, action that comes from desperation, fear, and trying to make things happen. This kind of action is exhausting because you're pushing against the current rather than flowing with it. You're hustling from lack rather than creating from abundance. You're operating from the belief that if you don't force it, it won't happen. This forced action might create some results, but they're hard-won, unsustainable, and often don't feel good even when you achieve them. This is the old paradigm of struggle and sacrifice, the belief that success requires suffering, that you must grind and hustle and sacrifice your well-being to achieve abundance. And yes, this path can work, but at what cost? Your health, your relationships, your joy. There's a better way. The better way is inspired action. This is action that arises naturally from your elevated state. It's action that feels energizing rather than depleting. It's action that comes from following intuitive nudges, synchronicities, and genuine excitement, rather than forcing yourself to do what you think you should do. Inspired action is the universe, working through you, guiding your steps, orchestrating your movements, so that you're always in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing with the right people. This is the action of someone who has done the internal work and is now allowing that internal transformation to express itself externally. This is how you work hard without it feeling hard. This is how you accomplish extraordinary things while feeling energized rather than exhausted. This is the prosperous warrior's way. Let me tell you about Daniel, who transformed his entire business by shifting from forced action to inspired action. Daniel was working 16-hour days, constantly hustling, always pushing, never resting. He believed that more effort meant more results. But despite all this effort, his business was barely surviving. He was exhausted, burned out, and resentful. When Daniel learned about inspired action, he was skeptical. How could he possibly accomplish more by doing less? But he was desperate enough to try. He started checking in with himself before taking action, asking, does this feel inspired or forced? Am I moving from abundance or from fear? He began saying no to activities that felt heavy and draining, even if they seemed like the smart business moves. He started following his excitement and intuition, even when it didn't make logical sense. He took breaks when his body needed rest instead of powering through. He worked when he felt energized and creative, rather than adhering to a rigid schedule. The results were shocking. Within a month, Daniel's business started growing. Within 3 months, he'd exceeded his previous annual revenue while working half the hours. Within 6 months, he'd created a business that supported him abundantly while giving him time freedom he'd never experienced. The key wasn't working less, per se. The key was working differently, from a different energy, taking only the actions that felt inspired and aligned, rather than every action his fear-based mind insisted was necessary. Daniel had become a prosperous warrior, someone who moves powerfully in the world from a place of flow rather than force, someone who creates extraordinary results through aligned action rather than exhausting hustle. As you relax now into this final ritual, feeling your body settling deeper into comfort with each breath, I want you to understand the difference between inspired action and forced action at the level of energy. Forced action comes from your head, from thinking and planning and strategizing. It's logical, linear, often driven by fear of what might happen if you don't act. Forced action feels heavy in your body. It creates resistance. You have to push yourself to do it. You procrastinate. You feel drained afterward. This is your signal that you're operating from the old paradigm, trying to force outcomes rather than allowing them to unfold. Inspired action comes from your heart, from your gut, from your intuition. It's often illogical. It might not make sense to your rational mind, but it feels right in your body. It feels light, exciting, energizing. You want to do it. You don't have to force yourself. Time disappears when you're doing it. You feel energized afterward. This is your signal that you're in alignment, that you're following the universe's guidance, that you're in the flow. The prosperous warrior learns to distinguish between these two types of action and chooses inspired action whenever possible. This doesn't mean you never do things that are uncomfortable or challenging. Running a successful business, building wealth, creating abundance in the world sometimes requires you to stretch beyond your comfort zone. But there's a difference between the discomfort of growth and the depletion of forcing. The discomfort of growth feels exciting, even though it's scary. The depletion of forcing feels heavy and wrong. The prosperous warrior embraces the first and releases the second. The prosperous warrior asks before taking action, is this inspired? Is this aligned? Is this coming from my elevated state or from my fear-based survival mode? And then they choose accordingly. Sarah learned this distinction through her journey to financial freedom. She'd been working a job she hated because it was secure and paid well. The logical, sensible thing was to stay. But every day felt like torture. Her body was telling her this wasn't right, but her mind insisted she had no choice. When Sarah learned about inspired action, she started listening to her body's wisdom. She felt a strong pull towards starting her own business, even though it made no logical sense financially. She ignored this pull for months, staying in the safe job until one day she couldn't anymore. She took the inspired but terrifying action of quitting her job to pursue her business full-time. Her fearful mind screamed that this was irresponsible, reckless, dangerous. But her body felt relief, excitement, rightness. Within 3 months, Sarah's business was supporting her at the same level as her previous job. Within a year, she was making 3 times what she'd made in her corporate career. The inspired action that made no logical sense had been the exact right move because it was aligned with her truth, her gifts, and her path. Now here's something crucial to understand about inspired action. You can't wait until you feel inspired to take all action. Sometimes you must take action to create the conditions for inspiration. Sometimes you must show up consistently, even when you don't feel particularly inspired, trusting that the inspiration will come as you engage. The prosperous warrior understands this balance. They don't use waiting for inspiration as an excuse for inaction and procrastination. They show up. They do the work. But they do it from a different energy. They're not forcing from desperation. They're showing up from commitment. They're taking action from service rather than survival. They're moving from I get to rather than I have to. This subtle shift in energy makes all the difference. Think of it this way. A professional athlete doesn't wait to feel inspired before training. They show up to practice every day whether they feel like it or not because they're committed to excellence. But the best athletes aren't grimly forcing themselves through practice. They've cultivated a love for the process. They find joy in the repetition. They're present with each movement. They're not thinking about the championship while they're practicing. They're fully engaged with the training itself. This is inspired action within committed practice. This is the prosperous warrior's approach. You show up consistently for your abundance. You take the actions that build your business, develop your skills, create your opportunities. But you do it with presence, with joy, with love for the process itself, not just attachment to the outcome. Michael embodied this perfectly in his journey to building a 7-figure business. He committed to showing up every single day to do the work of building his company. Some days he felt wildly inspired, and the work flowed effortlessly. Other days he didn't feel particularly inspired at all. But he showed up anyway, not from grim determination, but from commitment to his vision. He would say, I might not feel inspired right now, but I'm going to create the conditions for inspiration by taking action. And inevitably, as he engaged with the work, the inspiration would come. An idea would strike. A creative solution would appear. Energy would flow. Michael learned that inspiration often follows action rather than preceding it. You start moving, and the universe meets you in the movement, guiding your steps, opening doors, creating synchronicities. But you have to start moving first. You have to take the first step, even if you can't see the entire staircase. As you continue to relax now, I want to talk about the role of intuition in inspired action. Your intuition is the universe speaking to you, guiding you toward the actions that will serve your highest good. But most people have spent so many years ignoring their intuition, overriding it with logical thinking and other people's opinions, that they can barely hear it anymore. The prosperous warrior rebuilds this connection with intuition. They learn to distinguish between the voice of intuition, which is calm and quiet and knowing, and the voice of fear, which is loud and anxious and insistent. Intuition speaks in whispers, in gentle nudges, in quiet knowing. Fear shouts, demands, threatens. Intuition says, this feels right. Fear says, you have to do this or else. Intuition is patient. Fear is urgent. Learning to tell the difference is essential for taking inspired action. Here's how you develop your intuitive guidance system. You start paying attention to the subtle feelings in your body. When you're considering an action, Tune in to your body's response. Does your chest feel open or tight? Does your belly feel relaxed or tense? Does your heart feel expansive or contracted? Your body is always giving you feedback about whether something is aligned or not. But you have to slow down enough to feel it. You have to get out of your head and into your body. The prosperous warrior makes decisions from the whole being, not just the thinking mind. They feel into opportunities. They sense the rightness or wrongness of paths. They trust their gut even when logic says something different. And over time, as they follow this inner guidance and see it proven right again and again, their trust in it deepens. They become someone who moves through the world with an almost uncanny ability to be in the right place at the right time, not through luck, but through attunement to intuitive guidance. Let me share what happened with Jennifer when she started following her intuition for business decisions. She'd always made decisions purely logically, analyzing every option, weighing pros and cons, seeking advice from others. But she learned to add intuition to her decision-making process. She would get quiet, feel into each option, and notice which one felt expansive versus constrictive in her body. Sometimes her intuition would guide her toward options that made no logical sense. One time she felt strongly guided to attend a specific networking event, even though it seemed like a waste of time based on the description. She went anyway, following the intuitive pull. At that event, she met someone who became her biggest client, and later a close friend. Another time she felt guided not to pursue what seemed like a perfect opportunity. She said no, even though everyone around her thought she was crazy. Later, she discovered that opportunity would have been a disaster. Her intuition had protected her from a costly mistake. Over time, Jennifer learned to trust these intuitive hits completely, and her business flourished because she was being guided by intelligence greater than her limited rational mind. Now let's talk about the quality of action that the prosperous warrior brings. It's not just about what you do, but how you do it. The prosperous warrior brings excellence, integrity, and presence to every action. They don't cut corners or do sloppy work. They don't operate from scarcity consciousness that says, this is good enough. They bring their best to every endeavor, because they understand that how you do anything is how you do everything. If you're cutting corners in small things, you're training yourself in the energy of lack. But when you bring excellence to everything you touch, you're embodying abundance. You're declaring through your actions, I am someone who does things with quality, care, and integrity. And the universe responds to that declaration by bringing you opportunities that match that frequency. This doesn't mean perfectionism. Perfectionism is actually a form of fear, the fear that you're not good enough, so you must make everything perfect to prove your worth. That's exhausting and counterproductive. I'm talking about excellence, which is different. Excellence means doing your best from a place of self-respect and care for your work, not from fear of judgment. Excellence means taking pride in what you create without attaching your worth to it. Excellence means showing up fully present and engaged with whatever you're doing, whether it's a major presentation or washing dishes. The prosperous warrior knows that every action is an opportunity to practice being abundant, to embody the frequency of prosperity, to demonstrate through behavior that you are someone who operates at a high level. Thomas understood this when he was still working a modest job while building his business. He could have done the minimum at his day job, saving all his energy and excellence for his business. But Thomas brought excellence to both. He showed up, fully present at his day job, did exceptional work, treated everyone with respect and kindness. He understood that this was practice for the prosperity he was building. He was training himself in the energy of excellence, integrity, and abundance. And something interesting happened. His exceptional work at his day job led to opportunities and connections that actually helped his business grow. His boss became one of his first major clients. His co-workers referred people to him. The universe rewarded his integrity and excellence by creating bridges between his old life and his new vision. Thomas learned that there are no throwaway moments, no situations where you can coast or check out. Every moment is an opportunity to embody the prosperous warrior, to be the person you're becoming, to practice the frequency of abundance. As you drift now towards sleep, I want to talk about the ultimate practice of the prosperous warrior, showing up as your abundant self in every interaction, every decision, every moment. This is the culmination of all 7 rituals. You've transformed your beliefs, your emotions, your gratitude, your identity, your language, your relationship with control, and now your actions. You are no longer the person you were 7 days ago. You are the abundant self you've been cultivating. And tomorrow when you wake, you don't just think and feel like that abundant person. You act like them. You make decisions like them. You carry yourself like them. You interact with others like them. You handle money like them. You pursue opportunities like them. You respond to challenges like them. You are them. And as you consistently act from this elevated identity, your external reality has no choice but to transform, to match. Here's your practice moving forward. Every morning when you wake, before you check your phone or start your day, take 3 minutes to connect with your abundant self. Feel into that identity you've been building all week. Remember who you are now. Remember your power, your worth, your connection to infinite abundance. Then ask yourself, what would my abundant self do today? How would they show up? What actions would they take? What decisions would they make? And then throughout your day, keep checking in. Before any significant decision or action, pause and ask, is this what my abundant self would do? Let that elevated identity guide your choices. Let it shape your behaviors. Let it determine your actions. This is how you become that person permanently, not by trying to fake it or pretend, but by genuinely embodying the consciousness of abundance in every moment. Let me tell you about Rachel's breakthrough with this practice. She was constantly struggling financially and realized it was because her daily actions contradicted her stated desire for abundance. She wanted wealth, but acted like someone who was broke. She wanted opportunities, but stayed in her comfort zone. She wanted success, but made choices from fear and scarcity. When Rachel learned about embodying her abundant self through action, everything changed. She started asking before every decision, what would abundant Rachel do? Abundant Rachel wouldn't buy the cheapest option out of fear. She'd buy the quality option that served her best. Abundant Rachel wouldn't say no to the investment opportunity out of scarcity. She'd evaluate it clearly and make a wise choice. Abundant Rachel wouldn't stay small and hidden. She'd put herself out there confidently. As Rachel started making decisions from this elevated identity, her external circumstances began shifting rapidly. Within 3 months, she'd doubled her income. Within 6 months, she'd created multiple income streams. Within a year, she'd built the abundant life she'd been visualizing. The actions of her abundant self had created the reality of abundance. Tonight, as you fall asleep, I want you to program your subconscious with a clear intention for tomorrow. Tomorrow you will wake as your abundant self and take inspired action from that identity. Tomorrow you will move through your day, guided by intuition, taking aligned steps, showing up with excellence, making decisions from abundance rather than lack. Tomorrow you will be the prosperous warrior who has integrated all 7 rituals into a way of being. You will think abundant thoughts, feel abundant emotions, speak abundant words, and take abundant actions. And as you do, you will notice the universe responding, doors opening, opportunities appearing, money flowing, synchronicities multiplying, because you're finally in complete alignment, consciousness and action moving together, internal transformation expressing itself externally. This is who you are now, not someone who just thinks about abundance or dreams about prosperity. You are someone who embodies it, who lives it, who acts from it consistently. You are the prosperous warrior who has done the deep internal work and now moves powerfully in the external world. You don't wait for circumstances to change you. You change yourself and watch circumstances rearrange themselves to match. You don't hope for opportunities. You become the person opportunities seek out. You don't chase money. You become magnetic to money by being abundance itself. This is your power. This is your path. This is who you have become through these 7 nights of transformation. Over these 7 days, you have fundamentally rewired your consciousness. You've dissolved the limiting beliefs that kept you stuck. You've mastered the emotional alchemy that magnetizes abundance. You've activated gratitude as your superpower. You've embodied your abundant identity so completely it feels more real than your old limited self. You've spoken your prosperity into existence with quantum decrees. You've surrendered control and learned to flow with universal intelligence. And now you've claimed your power as a prosperous warrior who takes inspired action in the world. This is complete transformation. This is total reprogramming. You are not the same person. You cannot go back to who you were. You can only move forward into the abundant life that's already yours. Tomorrow when you wake, you begin living this new reality fully, not practicing for it, not preparing for it, living it. Your abundant life starts now, in this moment, with the person you've become. And as you take inspired action day after day, as you make choices from abundance consciousness, as you show up as the prosperous warrior you are, your external reality will shift faster than you can imagine. Money will flow, opportunities will appear, success will manifest. Not because you finally got lucky or figured out the secret, but because you became the frequency of abundance so completely that the universe has no choice but to match it. You are abundance. You are prosperity. You are wealth, not as a goal to achieve, but as a truth you embody. And from this truth, everything you desire flows naturally and inevitably. Sleep now, prosperous warrior, in the certainty of who you are and what you're creating. Rest in the knowledge that your transformation is complete and your abundant life is beginning. Tomorrow you rise as the person you were always meant to be, ready to take the inspired actions that will make your vision real in the physical world. You have done the work. You have become the person. Now you simply live it, and living it will be easier than you imagine because you're not forcing or struggling anymore. You're flowing. You're aligned. You're in your power. Everything you need is coming to you. Every action you take is guided. Every step you make is supported. You are the prosperous warrior, and your time is now. Sleep well, abundant one. Wake ready to conquer. Your magnificent life awaits. And so it is. Chapter 9. Integrating the 7 Rituals. Your new operating system. Tonight marks a powerful transition. You've completed the 7 rituals, each one transforming a specific aspect of your consciousness, each one building upon the others to create a complete system of abundance. But completing the rituals isn't the end of your journey. It's the beginning of your new life. Tonight we integrate everything you've learned into a seamless operating system that becomes your natural way of being. Tonight, you learn how to maintain this transformation permanently, how to prevent sliding back into old patterns, and how to deepen into ever greater levels of prosperity. Tonight, you discover that these 7 rituals aren't just practices you do. They're who you've become. You are the embodiment of these principles now, and tonight we anchor that transformation so deeply that there's no going back to who you used to be. Think of the past 7 days as installing new software in the computer of your consciousness. Each ritual was a program designed to upgrade a specific function. Ritual 1 upgraded your belief system, deleting limiting programs and installing empowering truths. Ritual 2 upgraded your emotional operating system, teaching you to generate elevated states regardless of circumstances. Ritual 3 upgraded your gratitude application, turning it from a passive response into an active, creative force. Ritual 4 upgraded your identity program, replacing the old limited self with your abundant, authentic self. Ritual 5 upgraded your language processor, transforming words from descriptions into quantum commands. Ritual 6 upgraded your control settings, teaching you to surrender and flow rather than force and struggle. Ritual 7 upgraded your action protocol, shifting from forced effort to inspired movement. Each upgrade was essential, and now they work together as an integrated system. But here's what you need to understand about maintaining this new system. Your old programming doesn't just disappear completely. Those neural pathways you built over years or decades of limitation, those emotional habits you practiced thousands of times, those beliefs you inherited and reinforced, they're still there in your nervous system. They're just dormant now, overridden by your new programming. But if you stop practicing your new system, if you allow yourself to slip back into old thought patterns, old emotional reactions, old limiting beliefs, those old pathways will reactivate. It's like muscle memory. The old patterns are familiar, and your nervous system will default to them if you're not conscious. This doesn't mean you have to be perfect or vigilant every moment. It means you need to understand the mechanics of lasting transformation so you can catch yourself when you slip and choose again before the old patterns take hold. Let me share what happened to Mark. He went through a powerful transformation, completely shifted his consciousness around money, and started seeing amazing results. Opportunities appeared. Money flowed. His business grew. But after a few months, Mark got complacent. He stopped doing his daily practices. He stopped checking in with his abundant self. He stopped catching his limiting thoughts. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, he slid back into old patterns. He started worrying about money again. He started making decisions from fear. He started speaking lack. And predictably, his circumstances began reflecting this regression. The opportunities dried up. The money flow slowed. The business stagnated. Mark was confused and frustrated, wondering why the manifestation magic had stopped working. But it wasn't that the principles stopped working. It's that Mark stopped applying them. He treated transformation as a destination rather than a practice, and he learned the hard way that consciousness requires cultivation. When Mark recognized what had happened and recommitted to his daily practices, everything shifted back. The flow returned, even stronger than before, because now he understood that his abundant life wasn't something he achieved once. It was something he practiced daily. This is why integration is so crucial. You need to take these 7 rituals and weave them into the fabric of your daily life so completely that they become automatic, natural, effortless. You need to practice them until they're not practices anymore, but simply who you are. This doesn't mean spending hours in meditation and visualization every day. It means incorporating the principles into your moment-to-moment awareness. It means catching yourself when you slip into old patterns and consciously choosing the new pattern instead. It means making your elevated state your default state, rather than something you have to work to achieve. This is possible. This is what tonight's integration is about. Here's how you create lasting integration. First, you need a daily morning practice that sets the frequency for your day. This doesn't have to be long. Even 10 to 15 minutes is enough if you're focused and intentional. The moment you wake up, before you check your phone, or think about your to-do list, or engage with the world, you connect with your abundant self. You take a few deep breaths and feel into the identity you've been cultivating. You remember who you are now. You generate the elevated emotions of gratitude, abundance, and excitement. You speak your quantum decrees, either out loud or silently. You set your intention for the day. Today, I am the prosperous warrior. Today, I take inspired action. Today, I am magnetic to abundance and opportunity. Today, everything flows to me, easily and joyfully. This morning practice, done consistently, programs your subconscious for the entire day. It sets your frequency before the world has a chance to pull you into reactivity. It anchors you in your elevated state before challenges or distractions can knock you off center. Second, you need regular check-ins throughout your day. Set reminders on your phone if necessary. Every few hours, pause for just 60 seconds and ask yourself, am I in my abundant state right now? Or have I slipped into old patterns? Am I thinking thoughts of abundance or lack? Am I feeling emotions of prosperity or poverty? Am I speaking words of power or limitation? Am I taking inspired action or forced action? This simple practice of checking in keeps you conscious. It prevents you from sleepwalking through your day on autopilot, defaulting to old patterns without realizing it. When you check in and discover you've slipped, you don't judge yourself or feel bad. You simply course correct. You take a breath, reconnect with your abundant self, and choose again. This is how you train your nervous system to maintain the new frequency. Every time you catch yourself and choose again, you're strengthening the new neural pathways and weakening the old ones. Third, you need an evening practice that reinforces the transformation while you sleep. This is what you've been doing these past 7 nights, and it's so powerful that you want to continue it indefinitely. Before you fall asleep, review your day from the perspective of your abundant self. Celebrate the moments when you showed up as that person. Acknowledge the times you took inspired action, spoke abundance, felt gratitude, or surrendered control. Don't focus on your perceived failures or slip-ups. Focus on your wins, even small ones. What you appreciate appreciates, and when you acknowledge your progress, you create momentum for more progress. Then, as you drift towards sleep, choose 1 or 2 of the rituals to practice. Maybe tonight you focus on gratitude, falling asleep in appreciation. Tomorrow night, you focus on embodying your abundant self, falling asleep in that identity. The next night you speak your decrees, falling asleep with those quantum commands. By rotating through the rituals, you keep them all active in your consciousness. You prevent any one aspect of the system from going dormant. Let me tell you about Jennifer's integration practice. She created what she called her abundance trinity: morning, midday, and evening practices that took a total of maybe 30 minutes out of her entire day. In the morning, she spent 10 minutes connecting with her abundant self, feeling gratitude and speaking decrees. At midday, she took a 5-minute break to check in with her state and course correct if needed. In the evening before bed, she spent 15 minutes reviewing her day, celebrating wins, and practicing one of the 7 rituals. This simple structure, practiced consistently, maintained her elevated frequency, and the results were extraordinary. 6 months into this practice, Jennifer's income had increased 400%. A year into it, she'd created a level of abundance she once thought impossible. But more than the money, Jennifer maintained a state of peace, joy, and trust that transformed her entire life. She wasn't just wealthier financially. She was wealthier in every dimension because she'd made abundance consciousness her default operating system. Now let's talk about how to handle the inevitable challenges and setbacks that will arise. You're going to have days when, despite your best efforts, things go wrong. Money problems might emerge, opportunities might fall through, unexpected expenses might appear. In these moments, your old programming will try to take over. Fear will whisper that it's not working, that you're fooling yourself, that you should give up on this abundance nonsense and return to realistic thinking, which is just another word for limitation thinking. These moments are tests. They're opportunities to prove to yourself and the universe that your transformation is real, that you're not someone who only maintains elevated consciousness when circumstances are favorable. The prosperous warrior doesn't just think abundant thoughts when money is flowing. The prosperous warrior maintains abundance consciousness, especially when circumstances seem to contradict it. Here's how you navigate challenges without losing your frequency. First, you feel your feelings. If you're scared or disappointed or frustrated, you don't suppress those emotions or pretend they're not there. You acknowledge them. You let them move through you. You're human, and human emotions are part of the experience. But you don't identify with them or let them hijack your state. You observe them without becoming them. You say, "I notice fear arising," rather than, "I am afraid." This subtle shift keeps you in your power. Second, you zoom out to the bigger picture. This setback is just one moment in your overall journey. One disappointing outcome doesn't negate all the progress you've made or invalidate the transformation you've experienced. You remember that manifestation isn't linear. Sometimes things appear to get worse before they get better because old patterns are clearing to make space for new levels. Sometimes what looks like a setback is actually a redirection toward something better. You trust the process, even when you can't see the outcome yet. Third, you return to the fundamentals. When you're feeling off center, you go back to the basics of the 7 rituals. You check your beliefs. Have you allowed a limiting belief to reactivate? Replace it with truth. You check your emotions. Are you vibrating in lack? Generate gratitude and abundance. You check your language. Are you speaking limitation? Issue new decrees. You check your identity. Have you forgotten who you are? Reconnect with your abundant self. You check your attachment. Are you trying to control? Surrender to flow. You check your actions. Are you forcing from fear? Find inspired next steps. These 7 areas are your diagnostic tools. When you're not experiencing abundance, one or more of these areas has fallen out of alignment. By checking each one and realigning it, you return to your elevated state. David used this system brilliantly when his business faced a major challenge. A key client canceled a large contract unexpectedly, creating a significant financial shortfall. David's first reaction was panic. His old passions screamed that he was going to fail, that he couldn't recover, that he should have known better than to trust this abundance stuff. But David had trained himself to recognize this voice. He paused, breathed, and went through his integration checklist. Beliefs. Was he believing this setback meant anything about his worth or his future? No, he chose to believe this was a redirection. Emotions. Was he in fear? Yes, so he consciously generated trust and gratitude. Language. What was he saying about the situation? He shifted from "this is a disaster" to "something better is coming." Identity. Who was he being? He reconnected with his prosperous warrior self who had overcome challenges before. Attachment. Was he trying to control the outcome? He surrendered to divine timing. Actions. What was the inspired next step? He felt guided to reach out to 3 former clients he'd been meaning to contact. By the end of the week, all 3 had new projects for him that totaled more than the canceled contract. David had used the challenge as an opportunity to deepen his integration rather than regress to old patterns, and the universe rewarded his consciousness by delivering something better than what he'd lost. This is the power of true integration. You don't just practice abundance consciousness when it's easy. You especially practice it when it's hard. You don't just trust the universe when everything is going well. You especially trust when circumstances seem scary. You don't just maintain your frequency when you feel like it. You maintain it as a discipline, as a commitment, as a non-negotiable. This is what separates people who have temporary results from people who create lasting transformation. The temporary people are circumstance-dependent. They're abundant when circumstances permit it, and limiting when circumstances challenge them. The transformed people are consciousness-dependent. They maintain their elevated state regardless of circumstances, and they trust that the circumstances will eventually catch up to their consciousness. Let me share the story of Elena, who mastered this integration so completely that she became unstoppable. Elena had been practicing the 7 rituals for 6 months when her entire industry collapsed due to economic shifts. Overnight, her income stream disappeared. Her colleagues panicked, desperately looking for any work they could find, taking huge pay cuts, making decisions from fear. But Elena did something different. She used this challenge as an opportunity to test her integration. Every day, despite having no income, she practiced her morning ritual. She connected with abundance. She spoke decrees of prosperity. She embodied her wealthy self. She took inspired action by reaching out to contacts, exploring new possibilities, staying open to unexpected opportunities. She refused to speak lack or entertain limiting thoughts. She trusted completely that the universe was redirecting her toward something better. Within 3 weeks, Elena received an offer to consult for a company in a completely different industry, something she'd never considered before. The pay was triple what she'd been making previously. Within 3 months, she'd turned that consulting gig into a thriving business. Within a year, she was more successful than she'd ever been, and grateful for the industry collapse that forced her to expand beyond her limitations. Elena's integration was so solid that even a massive external challenge couldn't shake her internal state. And because her internal state remained abundant, her external reality reorganized itself to match. As you relax now into this understanding, I want you to feel the shift that's available to you. These 7 rituals aren't just techniques you learned. They're not just practices you do. They've become part of your consciousness. They've rewired your brain. They've reconditioned your body. They've transformed your energy field. You are different than you were 8 days ago at a cellular level, at a neurological level, at an energetic level. The question now is, will you honor this transformation by maintaining it? Or will you allow old patterns to slowly reclaim your consciousness? The choice is yours. But I want you to understand that maintaining your transformation isn't hard. It doesn't require hours of practice or superhuman discipline. It simply requires consistency with the basics and consciousness in your daily life. 15 minutes of intentional practice morning and evening, regular check-ins during the day, and conscious attention to your state. That's it. That's all it takes to maintain and deepen what you've created. And here's the beautiful thing about integration. The longer you practice, the easier it becomes. The first weeks and months require conscious effort and attention. You're building new neural pathways, establishing new habits, training your nervous system in a new frequency. But over time, these new patterns become automatic. Your abundant self becomes your default self. Elevated emotions become your natural state. Inspired action becomes your automatic response. Gratitude becomes your filter for perceiving reality. Trust becomes your relationship with the universe. You won't have to try to be abundant anymore. You'll just be abundant because that's who you've become. This is mastery. This is integration. This is when transformation becomes permanent. I want to give you a powerful integration tool to use moving forward. Create what I call an abundance anchor, a physical object or gesture that immediately connects you with your elevated state. Maybe it's a specific piece of jewelry you wear that reminds you of your abundant self. Maybe it's a word or phrase you say to yourself. Maybe it's a physical gesture, like placing your hand on your heart. Whatever you choose, you're going to condition this anchor by using it every time you practice your rituals, every time you're in your elevated state, every time you experience a win or manifestation. You're training your nervous system to associate this anchor with your abundance frequency. Then, throughout your day, whenever you notice yourself slipping into old patterns, you activate your anchor. You touch your jewelry, say your phrase, make your gesture, and your nervous system immediately recalls the abundant state. This technique, used consistently, makes maintaining your frequency almost effortless. Sarah created an anchor using a simple gesture, touching her thumb and forefinger together while taking a deep breath. Every time she practiced her morning ritual, every time she fell asleep in gratitude, every time she received money or good news, she would make this gesture while feeling the elevated emotion. She was conditioning her nervous system to link the gesture with the abundant state. Then throughout her day, whenever she caught herself in worry or fear or limitation, she would make the gesture, take the breath, and immediately feel her state shift. The anchor became so powerful that just making the gesture would instantly elevate her frequency. This simple tool made integration almost automatic for Sarah. Her abundant state was literally at her fingertips, available in any moment with a simple gesture. Tonight, as you prepare to sleep, I want you to reflect on your journey through these 7 rituals. Think about who you were 8 nights ago and who you are now. Feel the difference. Notice the shift in your thoughts, your emotions, your energy, your confidence. You've done something extraordinary. You've transformed your consciousness at the deepest levels. You've installed a new operating system of abundance. You've become a different person. And this different person is going to create a different life. Not might create, will create. It's inevitable. It's quantum law. Your outer world must match your inner world. Your circumstances must align with your consciousness. Your reality must reflect your frequency. You've changed the signal you're broadcasting, and the universe is already responding, already rearranging, already bringing you the opportunities, resources, and circumstances that match your new frequency. Your only job now is to maintain what you've created. Practice your morning ritual daily. Check in throughout the day. Practice your evening ritual nightly. Use your abundance anchor when needed. Catch yourself when you slip and choose again. Stay conscious, stay committed, stay in the frequency. Do this for the next 30 days, and these practices will become so natural you won't have to think about them. Do it for 90 days, and they'll be hardwired into your nervous system. Do it for a year, and you won't be able to imagine living any other way. You'll look back at who you were before these rituals and barely recognize that person. You'll wonder how you ever lived in limitation. You'll be grateful for the day you decided to transform, and you'll be living a life of abundance that exceeds anything you imagined when you started this journey. This is your path forward. This is your practice. This is your power. You are the integrated abundant self now, and every day you reinforce and deepen that identity through your conscious practice. You're not trying to become abundant anymore. You're maintaining and expanding the abundance you've already become. You're not hoping for transformation. You're living it. You're not waiting for your breakthrough. You're experiencing it right now, in this moment, and every moment that follows. This is your new reality. This is your new normal. This is who you are. Sleep now in this integrated wholeness, knowing that you have everything you need to maintain and grow your abundance indefinitely. You are complete. You are powerful. You are transformed. And tomorrow, you continue living as the magnificent, abundant being you've become. Rest well, integrated one. Your abundant life is not coming. It's here. It's now. It's you. And so it is. Chapter 10. The beginning of your new reality. Abundance as a lifestyle. Welcome to the final night of this journey, though calling it an ending feels wrong because what you've experienced over these past 9 nights isn't something that ends. It's something that begins. Tonight isn't about closure. It's about launch. It's about stepping fully into the life you've been preparing for, the abundant reality you've been constructing in consciousness that's now ready to manifest in physical form. Tonight we celebrate the transformation you've undergone, acknowledge the powerful being you've become, and set your trajectory for the magnificent life that stretches before you. Tonight you cross the threshold from who you were into who you are, and you never look back. Let me tell you what's already happened, even if you can't fully see it yet. Over these 9 nights, you've undergone a complete metamorphosis at the level of consciousness. Your brain has literally rewired itself, forming new neural pathways and weakening old ones. Your nervous system has been reconditioned to a new baseline frequency. Your subconscious mind has been reprogrammed with empowering beliefs and abundant expectations. Your heart's electromagnetic field has become more coherent, broadcasting a clearer signal into the quantum field. Your entire energy system has been upgraded to vibrate at the frequency of prosperity. You are not the same person who began this journey. That person no longer exists. You've shed that old identity like a snake sheds its skin. What remains is the authentic you, the abundant you, the powerful you that was always there beneath the layers of conditioning and limitation. And here's what this means in practical terms. Starting tomorrow, and every day that follows, you're going to notice things you never noticed before. You're going to see opportunities that were always there but invisible to your old frequency. You're going to think thoughts that create possibilities instead of limitations. You're going to feel emotions that magnetize abundance instead of repelling it. You're going to speak words that command reality instead of just describing it. You're going to take actions that flow with universal intelligence instead of fighting against it. You're going to attract people, circumstances, and resources that match your new frequency. This isn't hope or wishful thinking. This is the inevitable result of consciousness transformation. You've changed your signal. The universe must respond with a matching reflection. It's law. Let me share with you a vision of what your life looks like 30 days from now, 90 days from now, 1 year from now, if you maintain the practices and consciousness you've developed. 30 days from now, you've had multiple experiences that confirm your transformation is real. Maybe it's money that came from an unexpected source. Maybe it's an opportunity that appeared out of nowhere. Maybe it's a problem that resolved itself in a way you couldn't have orchestrated. Maybe it's a shift in how people respond to you, treating you with more respect and openness. Whatever the specific manifestations, you have tangible evidence that something fundamental has changed. Your confidence grows. Your trust deepens. You know without doubt that this is real, that you've tapped into something powerful, that you're on a path that leads somewhere extraordinary. 90 days from now, the changes are undeniable. Your income has increased, maybe significantly, maybe in small increments that are building momentum. Your relationship with money has transformed. You no longer feel anxious or stressed about finances. Even if you're not where you ultimately want to be, you feel confident you're moving in the right direction. You've had experiences of synchronicity that seem almost magical. Moments when the exact person you needed to meet appeared, or the perfect information came at the perfect time, or doors opened that you weren't even trying to open. You've developed trust in the process. You know you're being guided and supported. You've caught yourself thinking and acting from abundance, without effort. It's becoming natural, automatic, your new default. People around you have started commenting that there's something different about you. They can't quite name it, but they feel your shift. Some are inspired by it. Others are attracted to your new energy. Your life is measurably better, and it's accelerating. 1 year from now, you barely recognize the person you were before these rituals. That person lived in a different reality, operated from a different consciousness, experienced a different world. Your financial situation has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible a year ago. Maybe you've doubled or tripled your income. Maybe you've paid off debt that once felt crushing. Maybe you've built savings and investments. Maybe you've started or grown a business. Maybe you've changed careers into something more aligned and abundant. Whatever the specific circumstances, you're living in a level of prosperity that the old you could only dream about. But more than the money, you've gained something priceless, unshakable, knowing that you create your reality, that abundance is your natural state, that the universe supports you completely. You move through life with a confidence and ease that's magnetic. You trust yourself. You trust the process. You trust that everything always works out for you. And because you trust it, it does. But let me be clear about something important. This isn't a guarantee that everything will be perfect or easy. You're still going to face challenges. Life will still present obstacles. You'll still have moments of doubt or fear or frustration. What changes is how you relate to these experiences. The old you would have been devastated by setbacks, interpreting them as evidence of failure or proof that you're not good enough. The new you sees challenges as opportunities for growth. as tests of your commitment, as the universe's way of strengthening you for the next level. The old you would have let circumstances dictate your emotional state. The new you maintains your frequency, regardless of circumstances, knowing that your consistent vibration is what creates change, not the other way around. The old you would have given up when things got hard. The new you doubles down on your practices, trusting that breakthrough is often just on the other side of the breakdown. Let me tell you about Marcus, who is now 5 years into his abundance journey. Marcus started exactly where you are right now, completing these 7 rituals and stepping into his new reality. The first year was exciting and validating as he saw clear evidence of transformation. His income doubled, opportunities multiplied, life felt magical. But then, year 2 brought challenges. His business faced unexpected difficulties. A major client left. The economy shifted. Marcus could have interpreted these challenges as proof that the abundance stuff was just temporary magic, that real life eventually reasserts itself. But Marcus had integrated the teachings deeply enough to see these challenges differently. He used them as opportunities to deepen his practice, to prove to himself and the universe that his transformation was real and lasting. He maintained his morning practice. He stayed in gratitude. He continued embodying his abundant self, even when circumstances suggested otherwise. He took inspired action while surrendering outcomes, and by the end of year 2, he'd not only recovered, but surpassed his previous success. The challenges had been the universe's way of testing and strengthening his consciousness, preparing him for even greater abundance. Now, 5 years later, Marcus operates at a level of prosperity that seemed impossible when he started. But what's more impressive than his financial success is his unshakable peace and trust. Marcus has faced multiple challenges over these 5 years, each one bigger than the last, and each time he maintained his frequency, trusted the process, and emerged stronger and more abundant. He's proven to himself over and over that his consciousness creates his reality. He knows without doubt that he's always supported, always guided, always held by an intelligent, abundant universe. This knowing is worth more than all the money he's accumulated because it means he's free from fear. He doesn't worry about the future. He doesn't stress about circumstances. He knows that no matter what happens externally, he has the internal tools to maintain his frequency and create his desired reality. This is mastery. This is freedom. This is what's possible for you as you continue this path. As you relax now into this final night, I want you to imagine your life 1 year from now, having maintained your practices and deepened your transformation. See yourself clearly. What does your life look like? How much money are you making? What work are you doing? Where are you living? Who are you with? How do you feel when you wake up in the morning? What's your daily experience of life? Make this vision as vivid and detailed as possible. This isn't fantasy. This is you accessing the quantum field and choosing which probability you're going to collapse into reality. This version of your life already exists as potential. You're not making it up. You're tuning into it, feeling it, claiming it. And by holding this vision with clarity and emotion, you're setting your trajectory. You're telling your subconscious mind and the universe exactly where you're headed, and both will conspire to get you there. Now I want to talk about what happens beyond the first year, because abundance isn't a destination you reach and then stop growing. Abundance is a lifestyle. a way of being that continues to expand and deepen throughout your entire life. As you maintain your practices year after year, you don't just maintain the same level of abundance. You expand into greater and greater levels. Your capacity to receive increases. Your ability to create value in the world grows. Your consciousness continues to evolve. Year by year, you become a clearer channel for prosperity to flow through you and to you. You start realizing that abundance isn't just about you having more. It's about you becoming a conduit for abundance to flow to others through your gifts, your presence, your contributions. This is when abundance becomes truly fulfilling, when it's not just about accumulation, but about circulation. Not just about receiving, but about giving. Not just about personal prosperity, but about collective elevation. I want to share the story of Elena, who is now 10 years into her abundance journey. When Elena started, she just wanted enough money to stop worrying about bills. That was the extent of her vision. But as she practiced the rituals and experienced transformation, her vision expanded. First, she wanted financial security. Then she wanted real wealth. Then she wanted time freedom. Then she wanted to help others. Then she wanted to create a legacy. Each level of abundance revealed new possibilities she hadn't even considered at the previous level. Now, a decade later, Elena runs a multi-million-dollar business that employs hundreds of people and serves thousands of customers. She's created wealth that will support her family for generations. She mentors young entrepreneurs, teaching them the consciousness principles that transformed her life. She donates generously to causes she cares about. She lives a life of such abundance and impact that her younger self couldn't have even imagined it. But here's what Elena says when people ask her about success. The external abundance is wonderful, but the internal transformation is what really matters. She's become someone who trusts herself completely, who knows her worth, who moves through life with confidence and grace, who creates value effortlessly, who sees abundance everywhere. This internal state is the real wealth, and the external prosperity is just the reflection of it. This is the path you're on. You're not just learning techniques to make more money. You're evolving consciousness. You're becoming someone who naturally attracts and creates abundance because that's who you are, not because of what you do. And as you evolve, your impact expands. You become someone who lifts others simply by being in your presence. Your elevated frequency raises the frequency of everyone around you. Your abundance creates opportunities for others to experience abundance. Your transformation inspires others to transform. You become living proof that consciousness creates reality, that anyone can shift from limitation to prosperity, that the universe is abundant and supportive. This is the highest purpose of your abundance journey. Not just to enrich yourself, but to enrich the world around you through your example, your energy, and your contributions. Now let me speak directly to any doubts or fears that might be arising as we come to the end of these formal teachings. Part of you might be thinking, but what if I can't maintain this? What if I slip back? What if it was just temporary inspiration and real life pulls me back to old patterns? These are normal thoughts. They're the last gasps of your old programming trying to maintain its existence. But I want you to hear this clearly. You've already proven you can do this. You've completed 9 nights of deep transformation work. You've shown up consistently. You've done the practices. You've shifted your consciousness. You've already demonstrated the commitment and capability required. The question isn't whether you can continue. The question is whether you will continue. and that's a choice you make every single day. Here's what I know about you, having guided you through this journey. You're not someone who does things halfway. You're not someone who gives up easily. You're someone who seeks truth, who values growth, who's willing to do the work required for transformation. You wouldn't have made it to this 10th chapter if you were someone who quits when things get challenging. You have everything you need to maintain and expand what you've created. You have the knowledge. You have the practices. You have the experience of these past 9 nights, proving that this works. You have the power of your own consciousness, which is the greatest power in the universe. The only thing that can stop you now is you choosing to stop yourself. And I don't believe you will, because I've felt your commitment through these nights. I've witnessed your transformation. You're not going back. You can't go back. The old you no longer fits who you've become. Let me offer you a powerful practice for maintaining momentum as you move forward. Every month, on the anniversary of completing these rituals, review your progress. Look at where you were a month ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago. Acknowledge how far you've come. Celebrate your wins, both external manifestations and internal shifts. Notice the ways your life has changed, the ways you've changed. This regular review serves multiple purposes. It reinforces your transformation by making progress visible. It keeps you motivated by showing you're moving in the right direction. It deepens your trust by proving the principles work. And it raises your frequency by putting you in a state of gratitude and celebration. Don't wait until you've achieved some imaginary finish line to acknowledge your success. Celebrate the journey. Honor the process. Appreciate every step forward, no matter how small. This practice of regular celebration is itself a powerful abundance ritual that attracts more to celebrate. I also want to give you permission to evolve these practices over time. The 7 rituals, as I've taught them, are a foundation, a starting point. But as you grow, as your consciousness expands, as you deepen your understanding, you might find yourself naturally modifying or adding to these practices. That's perfect. That's evolution. Don't rigidly adhere to the exact form I've given you if your intuition guides you to adjust. The principles are what matter: dissolving limitation, elevating emotion, activating gratitude, embodying abundance, speaking power, surrendering control, taking inspired action. How you specifically practice these principles might shift over time. And that's not only okay, it's desirable. You're becoming your own master, your own guide. Trust your inner wisdom. Follow your inspiration. Make these teachings your own. Sarah did this beautifully. She started with the 7 rituals exactly as taught, practicing them faithfully for the first 6 months. But then she began receiving intuitive guidance about what her unique practice should look like. She kept the core principles, but adapted the specific practices to fit her personality and lifestyle. She shortened some rituals and extended others. She added elements from her own spiritual background. She created new practices that felt deeply aligned for her. And her abundance continued to expand because she wasn't mechanically following someone else's formula. She was dancing with the principles, making them her own, allowing her practice to be alive and evolutionary. This is what I want for you. Use these 9 nights as your foundation, then build your own unique practice on top of it, guided by your own wisdom and inspiration. As you prepare to drift into sleep on this final night of formal teaching, I want to offer you a vision of who you're becoming over the next chapter of your life. You're becoming someone who lives in perpetual abundance. not because circumstances are always perfect, but because your consciousness is always aligned. You're becoming someone who trusts life completely, knowing that you're always supported, always guided, always held. You're becoming someone who creates value effortlessly, whose gifts flow naturally, whose contributions make a real difference in the world. You're becoming someone who inspires others through your example, whose elevated frequency lifts everyone you encounter. You're becoming someone who knows their worth, who moves with confidence, who makes decisions from clarity and power. You're becoming someone who experiences life as an adventure rather than a struggle, who sees challenges as opportunities, who grows through every experience. You're becoming someone who knows without doubt that consciousness creates reality and that you are the conscious creator of your life. This is not who you're trying to become. This is who you already are becoming. The process is already underway. The transformation is already happening. You've planted seeds over these 9 nights that will continue to grow and flower in the weeks, months, and years ahead. Some changes will be immediate and dramatic. Others will be subtle and gradual, but all of them will be real. All of them will compound. All of them will lead you deeper into the abundant life that's your birthright. Your only job is to tend these seeds by maintaining your practices, to water them with your consistent attention, to allow them to grow at their own perfect pace. You don't have to force the growth. You don't have to make things happen. You simply maintain your frequency, take inspired action, and trust the process. The universe handles the rest. Tonight, as you fall asleep for this final time in our formal journey together, I want you to feel profound gratitude for yourself. You showed up for yourself in a powerful way. You committed to transformation when you could have stayed comfortable in limitation. You did the work when you could have made excuses. You opened yourself to new possibilities when you could have clung to old certainties. You chose growth over comfort, expansion over safety, transformation over stagnation. That took courage. That took commitment. That took faith in yourself and in the process. Honor that. Appreciate that. Let yourself feel proud of what you've accomplished. You've given yourself an incredible gift, the gift of remembering who you truly are and what you're truly capable of. This gift will keep giving for the rest of your life. And know this, even though these formal teachings are complete, you're never alone on this journey. The universe is always with you, supporting you, guiding you, orchestrating circumstances for your highest good. Your abundant self, the elevated version of you that you've been embodying, is always available to guide you. Anytime you feel lost or uncertain, just connect with that aspect of yourself. Ask, what would my abundant self do right now? And listen for the answer. You have access to infinite wisdom within you. You have access to the quantum field of all possibilities. You have access to a universe that wants you to thrive and is constantly working to help you succeed. You're not doing this alone. You're co-creating with the most powerful force in existence. As you drift now into peaceful sleep, let these words be the final transmission of our time together. You are abundance. You are prosperity. You are wealth. You are power. You are consciousness itself, playing in the field of infinite potential, choosing which possibilities to collapse into reality through your attention, intention, and vibration. You have within you everything you need to create a life of extraordinary abundance. The knowledge, the power, the practices, the support, everything. There is nothing outside you that you need to complete you or make you whole. You are already complete. You are already whole. You are already abundant. The journey ahead isn't about becoming these things. It's about fully realizing and expressing what you already are. Your abundant life begins now, not tomorrow, not when circumstances change, not when you achieve some external milestone. Now, in this moment, you are living your abundant life, because abundance is a state of consciousness, not a state of circumstances. And you've cultivated that consciousness through these 9 powerful nights of transformation. You've done the work. You've made the shift. You've claimed your power. Now you simply live it, day by day, moment by moment, choice by choice, practice by practice. You maintain your frequency. You trust the process. You take inspired action. You celebrate progress. You expand continuously, and year by year, your life becomes a greater and greater expression of the abundance that you are. Sleep now, beloved Creator, in the peaceful certainty of your transformation. Rest in the knowing that your abundant reality is already forming in the quantum field and manifesting in the physical world. Dream of the magnificent life that awaits you, the prosperity that's flowing to you, the opportunities that are seeking you out, and wake tomorrow as the fully abundant being you are, ready to live your purpose, share your gifts, create your wealth, and experience the joy, freedom, and fulfillment that are your birthright. Thank you for taking this journey with me. Thank you for showing up for yourself. Thank you for choosing transformation. Thank you for claiming your abundance. Your old life is complete. Your new life has begun. Everything you desire is already yours. And so it is. Good night, abundant one. Welcome to your magnificent new reality. May your life overflow with blessings beyond measure. You are abundant. You are prosperous. You are free, always and forever. And so it is.